Good morning. We're just double checking quorum. Clark online?
Yeah, I'm here.
Morning, Clark.
Morning.
There we go. Now we have quorum. Good morning and welcome to the Planning Committee number 39. I do want to acknowledge that Ottawa is located on the unceded and never surrendered territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. I'll ask for a roll call, please.
Councillor Brockington. Councillor Curry. Here. Councillor Dudas. Here. Councillor Johnson. Councillor Kavanaugh. Present. Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Kitts. Here. Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Councillor Tierney. Councillor Troster. Here. Vice Chair Gower. Chair, you have quorum.
Thank you very much. I know councillors Brockington and Tierney had noted that they were going to be late. So this is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 4.1 to 4.3 and 4.5 to 4.12 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those who are specifically identified in the Planning Act who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on December the 11th, 2024, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. Are there any declarations of interest? Nope. Are the minutes of October 9th, November 6th, November 20th received? Thank you. So running through the agenda to see if there's anything we can carry now. With respect to 2800 Brian Coburn, I know Councillor Kitts has asked that that be held. Just for some questions, I don't think we'll need the presentation. Councillor Kitts, we shouldn't need a presentation on that one. Just a few questions. The zoning bylaw amendment for 304, 308 Donald Street. We don't have any delegations nor correspondence. Did members want that one held? Rosalind Hill is signed up to speak for the applicant. Ms. Hill, if the committee is prepared to carry this, do you still wish to speak? Okay, we don't see her. So is this item carried? Thank you. The zoning bylaw amendment, of course, for 178 Nepean, 219, 223 Bank Street will be held for presentation delegations. As part of that, and I'll be considering sort of as part of the same agenda item, the application for alteration and new construction under the Ontario Heritage Act. The zoning bylaw amendment for 214 Somerset Street East. I don't have any delegations. There was a little bit of correspondence. Did members want a presentation on this one? No. To Thomas Freeman at Foten, if the committee is prepared to carry this, do you still wish to speak? Thank you. Is this item carried? Thank you. The zoning bylaw amendment for 2829 du Maurier Avenue. Did members, we haven't received any correspondence. There's no delegations on this one. Do members want to receive a presentation on it? I don't see that. To Nico Church, Thomas Freeman, and Jean-Luc Rivard, if the committee is prepared to carry this, do you still wish to speak? Thank you. Members, is this one carried? Thank you. The zoning bylaw for 2928 Bank Street. There was no delegations, no correspondence. Do members wish to have a presentation on this one? I don't see that appetite. Christine McQuaig, if the committee is prepared to carry this, do you still wish to speak? Or Suzanne Ziedman? Ziedman? Okay, thank you. Members, is this one carried? Thank you. The zoning bylaw amendment for 3285 Boris O'Kane Road. We don't have a presentation anticipated. There's no delegations, no correspondence. Did members wish to have a presentation on this one? I don't see that appetite. Thomas Eisner and Daniel Rotkin, if the committee is prepared to carry this, do you still wish to speak? Good morning, Tim.
Good morning. No need to have a presentation or any questions. Thank you.
Fantastic. So members, is 3285 Boris O'Kane Road carried? Thank you. The zoning bylaw amendment for 121 Bray, there is one delegation who has signed up, so we're going to hold that one. We'll deal with the presentation or not at the time. The zoning bylaw amendment for 1919 Maple Grove Road, no delegations, no correspondence. Did members wish to get a presentation on this one? Nope. We don't have, is Jamie here? Jamie, if the committee is prepared to carry this, do you still wish to speak? Thank you. Is 1919 Maple Grove Road carried? Carried, thank you. The zoning omnibus report Q4 2024. Did members wish to ask staff any questions about that one? Can we carry that? Is that carried? Thank you. The Pine Crest and Queensview Stations secondary plan, we'll hold that. There are a number of public delegations and we'll receive a presentation. The Finance and Corporate Services Department Treasurer's Report on 2023 growth-related revenues. We're going to hold that for questions from Councillor Kitts and of course anyone else. We'll let Gary know as we approach closer to that time because we're several hours away from that item, obviously. Actually, let me just see if there's anything else here. The status update, is that item received on committee motions? Did anyone want to lift the IPD's new zoning bylaw review and cash in Leah? No. Are those received? Thank you. Great. So we'll go back to the start of the substantive agenda. The first item of which is we've held the zoning bylaw amendment for 2800 Brian Coburn Boulevard. Staff, I don't think we need a presentation, but I know Councillor Kitts has some questions. Whenever you're ready, if I could just ask you to introduce yourselves and then Catherine Kitts, floor will be yours. Oh, for the applicant as well? Okay, so the applicants are online. Signed up are Farouz Wahab at Richcraft, Arthur Gordon and Tim Bede. So they'll be online. Is it them who you'd like to pose the questions to first?
So I have a couple comments and then a couple questions. So I appreciate we have a long day ahead of us and I will try and be quick, but this is a significant application for Ward 19. We don't have any delegations, I suspect, because the public consultation on this actually happened 3 years ago. And with so much other development in the ward, I think it's fallen off the radar a little bit. But how many there's over 400 units planned for this development. How many parking spots?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair. I think it's all the units are either townhouse dwellings or single detached dwellings. So we could expect typical parking spaces and to be provided with the driveways. So one in the garage and typically one in the driveway. The application was submitted prior to us seeking on-street parking plans for all new subdivisions. So I did look in my notes and we didn't have that in the submitted plans, but typical measures to increase the number of on-street parking spaces will be employed, such as the pairing of townhouse dwelling driveways. And then, of course, the typical right-of-way cross-section. So we will expect on-street parking as well through the subdivision. For the commercial block, parking spaces will be required at time of site plan based on the uses that are provided in that block.
Okay, so 431 units in this phase, and based on your answer, approximately 850 parking spots.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yeah, approximately for the dwelling units, and then on-street parking. I don't have a number for you.
Okay, so you may be horrified to hear that number. Later, we are going to consider an application in Bay Ward, 204 parking spots for 407 units. But I'm not saying we don't need that parking. We do, in the absence of other options in Ward 19. So this application is at the corner of Brian Coburn and Mayor Blur, where the roundabout has been operating at capacity since 2023. And when we did the Transportation Master Plan Part 2 engagement survey, I believe this intersection had more pins than any other intersection in the city. I stand to be corrected, but from what I saw. So I do have some questions about the TIA, which in my view reads like a fantasy novel. For the consultants that are on the line, the transportation consultant, I note you assume a 5% reduction in congestion based on stage 2 LRT opening and a further 5% due to the Cumberland BRT. Can I ask how do you arrive at that figure? What's the methodology?
The methodology has to take into account ridership. It has to take into account forecast ridership, liaison with OC Transpo, and the idea of being able to have these transit corridors open and operating by the forecast year.
Okay, so OC Transpo isn't here, but do you know when the Cumberland BRT is expected to be constructed?
My last conversation with staff, when I was trying to find out the timing within the Transportation Master Plan update that has currently not been released yet, it would be beyond the 5-year time frame and likely beyond even the 10-year time frame.
Yeah, so there's no construction date for that BRT, which often comes up in the planning rationale. So I would find it difficult to appreciate that OC Transpo has ridership projection for a service that has no funding or construction timeline. And I'll note that stage 2 LRT opening, while it will be significant for the East End, it is a station is 7 kilometers from this development. So, depending on how fast you walk, over an hour to get to a station. So I think this 10% reduction in congestion based on these two transit services is, like I said, a bit of a fantasy at this point. Do we know when occupancy is expected for this phase, or when people will start moving in?
We don't know the exact date, but within the TIA, we had 2 horizon years that we looked at. The TIA referenced a base year, I believe 2021 when it was written, and I believe we looked at 2036 and 2031 as time horizons. Through you, Mr. Chair, what I believe the councillor is alluding to is an infrastructure gap that has occurred, and this is a very old problem that dates back to the region with regard to providing infrastructure on time to meet the growth expectations of the entire eastern community. In short, councillor, what you're raising is a challenge for all of the politicians to be able to address the demand for housing within the community against the ability to provide the infrastructure to transport all of these new residents who will be coming on board within what I imagine the next 5 to 6 years. So in short, everyone is aware of this gap, and the challenge is in front of all politicians to be able to establish the appropriate balance of priorities going forward.
That is what I'm alluding to, the infrastructure gap. But thank you. So turning over to the city side, Mike, I see you're here with us today. What goes into reviewing the TIA?
Mr. Chair, when we review a TIA, we essentially review the assumptions, that are made in the TIA, along with the technical numbers. So it's really a matter of looking at what's reasonable, what's feasible, what's coming down the pipeline, projections, speculations, and there's some items are subjective, some items are objective, and really it comes out to what we foresee happening in the horizon years, which for this TIA was 2031 and 2036, and I can appreciate that the 2036 horizon may not be achievable in terms of the opening of the BRT. So if that should happen, then the 2031 numbers that were generated would essentially carry through. But yeah, that it's really just a matter of applying reasonableness to the assumptions that are made in the report.
So then you would agree that this development will benefit from a 10% reduction in congestion based on stage 2 and the BRT?
Mr. Chair, I would agree that any reduction in car mode share would benefit the development and the entire area. So the 10% would be a very good thing, and even 5%, which is I don't particularly consider significant, but it is a conservative estimate, and I think it is achievable.
Okay, because I don't disagree it would be a good thing, but is it realistic?
Mr. Chair, it is realistic if we view it from the perspective of the BRT being operational in 2036, give or take that time frame. So yes, should it be operational? It is quite realistic.
I'll just note that this BRT was proposed in 1999. So I have lost confidence completely that there is a realistic time frame, and yet we continue to approve development in this ward that is completely antithetical to our stated goals of the official plan. So I appreciate everyone's time today to make that point. I'm not opposing this development. It is making good on the community design plan for the area, and I appreciate that it has the potential to bring mixed use elements, and I will continue to work with the developer on the higher density component that is to come. But I want everyone on this committee to be eyes wide open to what you're approving today, and the perennial problem that I bring to this committee every time we have to consider an application. And I feel like, sometimes I feel like I'm the only one concerned about this, which is very frustrating. And one final question is doing a TIA a requirement? Are we required to do that from the province, or is it just something that the city likes to put in?
Mr. Chair, the TIA requirement comes from the council approved TIA guidelines, and there's specific triggers that a development would have to meet in order to produce a TIA. There's always some flexibility there, but essentially we have a list of triggers.
There's nothing like the roundabout operating over capacity, 800 parking spots, the transit solutions being proposed not being, realistic in the next 10 years. None of that leads to any recommendations or a potential refusal of the application, correct? There's nothing that could come up in a TIA that leads to a material change.
Mr. Chair, there's nothing in TIA that would allow me to stop a development.
So I think maybe we need to ask ourselves, why are we doing these TIAs, and how much cost to the city in reviewing them, and to the developer in hiring consultants to do them as well. Jared.
Chair, if I may elaborate a little bit on the response that was provided by staff. The TIA guidelines are informative on a number of different aspects. One of them is with respect to required changes in the immediate area in order for the development to function, whether that's a turn lane or signalization at the entrance point to the development. So it does inform and provide information on required local infrastructure improvements in order to facilitate the development and have it blend in. It does not deal with the sort of network-wide issues with respect to arterial roads or things that are the city's responsibility from a development charge perspective. But it does inform us with respect to the requirements that will ultimately come through site plan in order to have that development function properly.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. But what I will point out is the rationale in the TIA is the network. So that's the disconnect. The TIA is supposed to speak to local improvements and it can't take into account, then it can't make recommendations on the network, but the rationale is all talking about the network. So again, we have a long day today, but more to come from me on this in 2025. Thank you.
I hear you, Councillor Kitts. We have same issues in the West End. I just talking out loud, maybe something we can work on is like maybe there is a new policy or a new interim control bylaw or something where we have these areas where we have justification for projects being based on transportation projects, roads or transit, but especially transit that are still over a decade out and not at all funded. You know, maybe those should not be something that can be considered in TIAs anymore or something. Or maybe that's something we developed through the transportation master plan. Just, yeah, I think you called it a fantasy project at this point. I don't know why we're giving it so much weight. And I think it works against what we are setting out to do in the official plan, which is to encourage less car use and more modal share in new neighborhoods. We're not going to get to 50% in the suburbs, but if we don't have a BRT built, we're not even going to get to 5% or 10%. So we got to work on this and find a creative way to deal with it. I'm with you on that. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Vice Chair. I mean, just speaking from an urban perspective, I think there was a transportation focused meeting for the development proposed for Tunney's Pasture a couple of nights ago. So that'll be some 13,000 units by the time it's done. And there's a TIA, which residents have, really gone into the weeds on. They are poking holes at the rationale, the methodology of the TIA. And my message is to ask them to come back a bit higher level. There is no traffic justification by which we would refuse the development at Tunney's Pasture at our LRT station. And there is very little that a TIA is going to demonstrate can be done with respect to mitigating congestion in at the corner of Parkdale and Scott. We're not going to expropriate roads or properties in order to widen roads. It is simply going to become a very congested area, and council has its eyes wide open to that. We are going to probably approve a 13,000 unit development at Tunney's Pasture, no matter what the TIA says. And I just wonder if the TIA is setting up expectations on the part of residents and politicians that are unrealistic. So more discussion on that, obviously, to come. Thank you very much, Councillor Kitts. Well raised. I'm sorry, Mr. Gordon. There's no further questions for you that I see. All right. So is that item carried? Thank you. Just before I forget, because I will forget by the end of the day, Mr. Gordon's intervention reminded me. Right now, city staff are distributing headsets to councillors' offices and asking us to use those when we're remote. I know when I'm remote, I use a headset in order to assist with the audio. I know our translators appreciate it when people use a headset. If you are remote, and I'm looking particularly at the consultant community who are often remote as well, please consider using a headset in order to ensure that the audio in this room is the best quality it can be. Okay. That was Brian Coburn. So now we're moving on. Donald Street was passed. So this is the item 178, 219, 223 Bank Street, which I believe has over 20 public delegations. Welcome to Planning and Housing. The way the item will roll out is we're going to receive a presentation from city staff, city planners. It's going to be a co-presentation on both the heritage and the zoning considerations. At that point, I'm going to give councillors an opportunity to put any motions they know they want to make on the table. They are free at any point up until we vote to make those motions. Then we're going to move into the public delegations. I would ask, are the applicants here? Is someone representing from the applicant? Is Lisa online? Okay, they're online. Can I just ask to Lisa, Ryan, Roland, Mashad, did you want to present immediately after staff before the rest of the delegations? Or do you want to wait and hear what some of the concerns that are raised are and then respond to those? It'll just take a second to get them tuned in.
I think you can see me and hear me now. So
Sorry, I'm looking at the slides, so I don't see. Okay, so Lisa, oh, there you are. Lisa, do you want to follow the staff presentation as the first public delegation, or would you prefer to follow up after you've heard the other public delegations?
I think we'd like to do the latter. So we'll go after the delegation so we can
Perfect.
respond
Thank
if
you.
needed. Thank you.
Okay, so in that case, I'm going to go to Adrian. We're ready.
Good morning, Chair, members of committee. I'm Adrian van Beek, representing Development Review this morning. I'm joined by my colleague Ashley Kataba from the Heritage Planning Branch. We will be delivering a joint presentation this morning on the zoning bylaw amendment and heritage permit applications for 178 Nepean Street and 219 and 223 Bank Street. Next slide, please. The subject site consists of 3 properties, 178 Nepean Street and 219 and 223 Bank Street, located on the east side of Bank Street between Nepean and Lisgar Streets in Centretown. The site has frontage on Bank, Nepean and Lisgar Streets and is roughly rectangular in shape with an area of 1,943 square meters or 0.19 hectares. There are 4 existing low-rise buildings between 2 and 3 stories present on the site, which currently include ground floor commercial uses and residential dwelling units above. The subject site is located in the Centretown and Minto Park Heritage Conservation District and is designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. All 4 buildings are classified as contributing buildings under the Centretown and Minto Park HCD plan. The immediately surrounding context includes low, mid, and high-rise buildings with mixed office, commercial, and residential uses. The section of Bank Street onto which the subject site fronts has an approximate 18-meter width and a main street corridor character. Sidewalks are narrow and street trees are limited. The side streets, Nepean and Lisgar, are one-way streets with angled street parking immediately in front of the subject site. The site is within a 400-meter radius of the Parliament O train station, or an approximate 10-minute walking distance. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the downtown core transect and is designated Main Street corridor within a hub. The subject site is also located in the downtown protected major transit station area and a design priority area. The subject site is located in the central and east downtown core secondary plan area, in terms of which it is located in the north sector of the Centretown character area and designated corridor. It is subject to a maximum height limit of 9 stories. The proposal is also subject to the guidelines of the Centretown Community Design Plan. Next slide, please. The proposed redevelopment of the subject site involves the retention and restoration of the existing historic buildings, which will form the base of the new building, and construction of a 9-story mid-rise addition atop. The new addition is proposed to be set back approximately 3 meters from the edges of the existing historic buildings on the Nepean, Bank, and Lisgar sides, and is U-shaped with a rooftop amenity area at the second level in the middle. The addition is proposed to be clad in a mixture of off-white masonry and gray and off-white metal paneling to distinguish it from the base of the building. Renderings of the proposed building are included as document 6 of the staff report. The proposed building will include 6 ground floor commercial units and 263 residential dwelling units. A mix of unit sizes are proposed, including 220 studio units, 24 one-bedroom units, 3 two-bedroom units, and 16 three-bedroom units. Amenity space is proposed in accordance with Section 137 of the zoning bylaw, including 598 square meters of private amenity space and 1,002 square meters of communal amenity area on the second-story rooftop in the middle of the site and internal to the building. No vehicular parking is proposed, and 264 bicycle parking spaces are proposed. The proposal is also subject to the approval of a heritage permit and site plan control. Next slide, please.
As these properties are designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act, there is an accompanying heritage application before committee today. The proposal includes the retention of the heritage facades. This includes the paint removal and masonry repairs, the removal of unsympathetic materials from the commercial entrances, and the removal of metal egress fire systems. Where unsympathetic alterations have taken place, historic photos and neighborhood examples have been used to create historically appropriate commercial entrances and facades. This includes better matching brick, appropriate signboards, and the continued use of recessed entrances. Next slide, please. So as Adrian mentioned, there are 3 properties on the site, which include 4 buildings. 178 Nepean is the northernmost block, includes 2 distinct forms, one simple 2-story flat roof building and a 3-story one at the corner. The conservation measures for these 2 buildings include the removal of the unsympathetic brick on the ground floor and the installation of salvaged brick or new brick to match the remainder of the building. Appropriate storefronts will be reintroduced, which maintain the existing recessed entrances and introduce new windows, knee walls, and sign bands. Masonry cleaning and repairs will be completed as required. New aluminum windows will be installed on the upper floors. For 219 Bank, that's the center building on this block here. It's 3 stories in height with 2 large story arched windows. The masonry on the building will be repaired as required. The balustrade currently has some missing sections, so that will be repaired and reinstated where needed. The large 2-story windows will be replaced with new windows that maintain the same size, shape, divisions, and metal spandrel panels. The ground floor will be reinstated, restored, and reinstated the glass commercial glazing, and reintroduce a knee wall along the bottom, and installation of an appropriately sized signboard. And finally, the building at 223 Bank, it's the largest on the block and situated at the corner of Bank and Lisgar Streets. The paint will be removed through the use of a chemical wash. This will reveal the red brick below and the stone accents that have been obscured for many decades. The metal cornice will be repaired and restored, as well as any masonry cracking. New sash windows will be installed on the upper floors, and the ground floor will be made appropriate using sympathetic materials. Infilled windows on the Lisgar facade will be revealed, and oversized sign bands will be removed. Next slide, please. As this property is located in the Centertown Heritage Conservation District, the plan for the district has been used to evaluate this application. The staff are satisfied that it meets the plan's objectives and goals. So we feel that the proposal maintains the facades along Bank, Nepean, and Lisgar Streets. That's consistent with the policy of the plan. The facades will be stabilized and retained in situ during the construction. Furthermore, restoration is planned for all 3 facades. Also, the design of the new construction is contemporary and does not detract from the heritage facades. The coloring and materials of the new building both connect to the historic facades through its use of brick, but the lighter color scheme will help to blend it into the background. The step back above the heritage facades allows the buildings to retain the focal point on the streetscape. And finally, the height of the 9 stories and the step backs help to maintain the historic lower scale of the commercial street while providing opportunity for additional density. Next slide, please. And finally, through the heritage application, staff are recommending approval of the application with several conditions, which are listed on the slide here. I'll just go over them quickly. Firstly, a documentation of the building through laser scanning and photography. These will be deposited with the City of Ottawa Archives. Next, a shoring plan. A draft has been submitted so far, but before the building permit is issued, staff would like to see a finalized shoring plan to make sure it's done properly before any deconstruction happens. Also looking for conservation measures in the conservation plan to be implemented. Staff are also asking for a letter of credit. Given the complicated nature of this rehabilitation project, staff would like to see a letter of credit in amount equal to the work to be done, secured with the city. Also, we're asking for structural monitoring reports to be completed at regular intervals to monitor the structure by professional engineer, and finally, material samples to be approved by staff prior to the building permit. Next slide.
So as it relates to zoning, the subject site is currently zone TMH19, traditional Main Street zone, height limit 19 meters. The applicant is seeking a zoning bylaw amendment to facilitate the redevelopment of the subject site. Relief is requested from the zoning bylaw to permit a reduced corner side yard setback of 0 meters along Nepean and Lisgar streets, and an additional 3 meters above a height of 15 meters, whereas a corner side yard setback of 3 meters and an additional 2 meters above a height of 50 meters is required. A reduced rear yard setback of 0 meters, whereas 7.5 meters is required where the lot abuts a residential zone. A reduced minimum width of landscaped area abutting a residential zone of 0 meters, whereas 3 meters is required. An increased maximum building height of 30 meters or 9 stories, whereas site-specific provisions require a maximum building height of 19 meters, and exemption from Section 60 of the zoning bylaw, the heritage overlay. Additionally, through application review, the following provisions are recommended to be included in a site-specific exception. A minimum required bicycle parking rate of 1 space per unit. A minimum of 6% of units, at least 16, will be 3 or more bedroom units. For clarity, the provisions of sections 64 and 65 with respect to projections will continue to apply. And for clarity, no motor vehicle parking is required to be provided. Next slide, please. A virtual public information session was held on March 14th, 2023. The meeting was attended by staff, the applicant team, Councillor Troster's office, and members of the community, including residents of the existing buildings from the subject site. Questions were asked about the method of construction, the conservation approach to the historic buildings, the nature of the new units, affordability, the developer, parking, and sustainability. Concerns were also raised that existing tenants will be required to relocate. Some support was shown for the preliminary building massing, and interest was expressed in maintaining the subject site as an artist hub. During circulation and application review, staff received comments from the public, approximately 360 submissions, and the Centretown Community Association. A summary of comments and responses is included as document 4 of the staff report. Public feedback was relayed to the applicant during review. The majority of concerns expressed by the public related to the impact of the development on existing residents. The proposal has undergone 3 rounds of review to date and was refined over time in response to public comments and feedback from city staff. Next slide, please. As it relates to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, the proposal has been evaluated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the City of Ottawa official plan. Matters relating to site plan control are under review per the associated site plan control application. Heritage approvals are being sought under the authority of the Ontario Heritage Act. Section 34(1) of the Planning Act provides that zoning bylaws may be passed by councils of local municipalities to regulate such matters as restricting the use of land, restricting erecting, location, or using of buildings, marshy lands, contaminated lands in sensitive or vulnerable areas, natural features and areas, significant archaeological resources, construction of buildings or structures, minimum elevation of doors, loading or parking facilities, the restriction of parking facilities, pits and quarries, area, density and height, and the prohibition of the use of land. Section 34 of the Planning Act is limited to the physical development and use of the subject site. Next slide, please. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment has been evaluated on its planning merits and for its consistency with city planning policy under the authority of the Planning Act. The proposal is consistent with the official plan policies for development in the Downtown Core Transact and the Main Street Corridor designation, and with the policies of the Central and East Downtown Core Secondary Plan and the guidelines of the Centertown CDP. The relief sought by the applicant from the provisions of the zoning bylaw for the physical redevelopment of the site are considered appropriate for the reasons outlined in the staff report. Next slide, please. The department supports the proposed zoning bylaw amendment based on its planning merits, as it is consistent with the official plan and with the Central and East Downtown Core Secondary Plan. Staff therefore recommend that Planning and Housing Committee recommend Council approve an amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-250 for 178 Nepean Street and 219 and 223 Bank Street, as shown in document 1 of the staff report, to permit a 9-story mixed-use building as detailed in document 2 of the staff report. Next slide, please. That concludes our presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Members will have an opportunity to pose questions to staff after we're through with public delegations. So stick around. Obviously, we'll have questions for you. Councillor Troster, did you have a motion you wanted to make at this point?
I do. Thank you, Chair. Whereas the owner is engaged in a redevelopment process for the multi-residential properties located at 178 Nepean and 219 and 223 Bank Street, and whereas the attached memorandum of understanding commitments are being established between the owner and the existing residents. And whereas the Landlord and Tenant Board exercises jurisdiction under the Residential Tenancies Act 2006 to hear and decide applications respecting residential tenancies. And whereas the tenants and landlord have a hearing scheduled in March 2025 with the board. And whereas the city does not have legal authority over the financial exchange between the landlord and tenants. Whereas the owner agrees with the MOU as it reflects the landlord's offered agreement with the existing tenants. Therefore, be it resolved that Planning and Housing Committee recommend Council approve that implementing the zoning bylaw not proceed to Council until such a time as the memorandum of understanding attached to this motion has been executed by the owner. And be it further resolved, the Planning and Housing Committee recommend Council authorize the interim general manager of Planning, Development, Building Services to execute the memorandum of understanding following the bylaw being in full force and effect. And for those who want to know what's in the memorandum of understanding, it says the owner agrees to make the following offer to the tenants of 178 Nepean Street and 211-233 Bank Street, $20,000 in relocation assistance in obtaining a moving van, and $500 toward moving expenses. This reflects an offer that the developer has already made to residents. Residents are absolutely under no obligation to take it, but I felt it was important to get this in writing to have it be a condition of the zoning amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Troster. Do any other members have motions that they want to bring at this time? I'm not aware of any. Okay. So in that case, we'll move on to the public delegations. For those who are not familiar, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee. When I call your name, you can come on up and sit at the table that is at the front here. You have the button to turn the microphone off and on. So we're going to hear from Seema Shafee, Ben Imon, and Sloan Mulligan, one after the other. So I'll try to call a couple of names out at a time, just so you know who's next. So Seema will be followed by Ben. Yep. Good morning and welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation, and if you just hit the button on the microphone, you'll be ready to go.
Is it this button? Okay, good. Hello, my name is Seema Shafee. I am a union side labor lawyer and Centertown resident who has been living in Ottawa for the past 5 years. For my deputation today, I will be briefly discussing how this proposal should be rejected in light of the significant gaps in the law that currently exist for tenants who are subject to dem evictions such as this one, and in light of your own official plan. This proposal is for a dem eviction which seeks to demolish 2 apartment buildings on Bank Street filled with spacious, affordable, rent-controlled units. What is proposed to be built in its place is a building made up of micro unit, market rate housing without any rent control, without affordable units, and in turn with significantly reduced legal rights for tenants. Since I have moved to Ottawa, I have been walking up and down Bank Street, passing by where the bank block tenants currently live. I come here as a concerned resident, concerned about proposals such as this one, changing Centertown, changing Ottawa, and changing Canada for the worse. It has become more and more apparent in the affordable housing shortage that there are serious gaps in the legal protections for tenants. The law here, under the Residential Tenancies Act, for tenants who are subject to a dem eviction, such as the one that is currently being proposed, provides the tenants with 3 months compensation in exchange for their forcible displacement. That is 3 months of their current rent, not even market rent. So for the tenants who have been living on bank block for decades with rent control, 3 months of their current rent wouldn't even cover the cost of 1 month's rent for a 1-bedroom at market rate in Centertown currently. I have only been in Ottawa for 5 years, and in that short time, I have seen more and more individuals who are in desperate economic circumstances, skyrocketing rents, increased homelessness, which is a municipal issue. This proposal forces tenants into a place without legal protection. Who will tenants turn to if they are forced to stay on their friends' couches for months, trying to save up money for first and last month's rent deposit for an apartment that is an hour commute away from their work? Who will help tenants who are forced to live on the street based on this proposal in the dead of winter? Who do tenants rely on when they are forced to choose another apartment they cannot afford, fall into arrears, and then are subject to yet another eviction process? You were voted into office to recognize such gaps in the law, recognize the vulnerabilities of your constituents, and work to attack such problems. If passed, this proposal would set a dangerous precedent in the time of a critical affordable housing shortage. The official plan at section 4.2 sets out that the city is committed to maximize its ability to provide affordable housing throughout the city. This proposal would decimate affordable housing, not maximize it. The official plan also intends to direct attention to the needs of those households with the lowest 40% of income levels. That is exactly who we're talking about displacing here in this proposal: students, seniors on fixed income, people working service jobs. The 10-year housing and homelessness plan created by the City of Ottawa continuously mentions how there is an erosion of affordable rental housing stock in the city through large-scale redevelopment, and that this needs to stop. This plan sets out that one of the major priorities for the city is to maintain the affordable housing stock that currently exists. That is exactly the opposite of what is being proposed here. If passed, I would submit that this proposal would signal to your constituents Ottawa does not follow its own official plan, does not care about affordable housing, does not act in accordance with its own 10-year housing and homelessness plan, and that it supports the building of housing at all costs without rent control. But when we talk about housing, we cannot end the conversation at the demolition of units for the building of more units. We must also ask, housing for who, at what cost, and for whose profit? Tenants are your constituents. This process cannot be siloed off from the rest of what will happen to the tenants of Bank Block. What you vote here has a direct impact on what will happen to the tenants. As a result, I submit that you should vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll just reiterate what you probably saw in the signs. At committee, we don't allow either applause or booing, but we'll let that one go. It was a well put presentation. Are there any questions for the delegation from members? Just checking my screen. I don't see. Sorry, so I'll ask, because you're a lawyer familiar with this area of law by the sound of it. I'm looking at what the applicant is asking for permission to do. And I'll try to make it quick, but what they're looking for is permission for a reduced corner side yard setback, a reduced rear yard setback, a reduced minimum width of landscaped area, an increased maximum building height to 9 stories, and exemption from section 60 of the zoning bylaw. Are any of those inappropriate for this context, for this lot, in light of what the official plan says and the provincial policy statement?
I would reiterate my initial point about the policy implications of the loss of 31 affordable housing units. I'm not necessarily familiar with the particulars of the adequacies of setbacks. What I'm more concerned about is the loss of 31 affordable housing units in exchange for market rate housing.
Okay. And I think that's ultimately, you are correct to be concerned about that. And I think that is ultimately the impasse at which we're going to arrive at the end of this meeting, which is that what they are seeking permission to do is, and that what is within the purview of this committee to do, are separate issues. And that is wildly frustrating for everyone, but I'll have more to say on that towards the end. Any further questions? No. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation today. So Ben Aymon, followed by Sloan Mulligan, followed by Sylvie Seguin. Yep, either of those two seats. Does it matter to the clerk in terms of camera visibility? No, we're good. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee, and just hit the microphone button.
Check one. Okay. Hi guys. I'm trying to remain calm. My name is Ben Emond or Emo. I live at 227 Bank Street. I've lived there for about 6 years. I've been poor for most of my adult life. I right now have a government contract that ends at the end of March. After living at 227 Bank Street for 6 years, it finally gave me a place where I could live comfortably and not worry about being able to pay for whatever next bill I had. Over the past several months, my son, who is transgender and special needs, has been living with me. During the pandemic, my daughter came almost every day and we played in my apartment in a safe space. The apartment that I have, along with many of my neighbors, they're affordable, and we've built a beautiful community. The care that I've experienced and given, I hope, to my neighbors is a beautiful thing. This whole process, I'm really trying to remain calm, pardon me, disgusts me. I can't say anything more than that I'm disgusted by the lack of consideration of the human beings who will be affected by this development. In the proposal that we just heard, who heard any mention of the people that will be made homeless from this? That's what I'm talking about. I understand that you guys are focused on the planning aspect of this application, but you have to realize that this step in the process is giving permission for the eventual destruction of our homes. I don't think there's any other way of looking at it. And I know that you're frustrated by perhaps by the lack of control over evictions, but at least you could make a stand as my fellow Ottawa citizens to say, look, I don't have all the power in the world, but right now I want to vote against something that's going to make people homeless. When are we going to start doing things that align with principles of humanity and compassion? The other thing I have to say is that the company that we've been dealing with that wants to destroy our homes, Smart Living Properties, and the last thing I want to do as a person is attack people who don't deserve it. But Roland Gordon, the landlord's representative, has submitted evidence on the public record to the Landlord and Tenant Board of Ontario accusing us of assaulting someone with a knife, wielding an axe, and arson. none of which we have done. This is the company that we are faced with. This is the company that has refused repeatedly to talk with us as human beings and try to still make all the money in the world. But still, they could have just said, look, there's a few of you guys who still live here. Let's maybe work with you and make sure we save your affordable homes. Who's doing that? Nobody is doing that. That is unconscionable and immoral. And please don't tell me that you don't have power here to make a decision that respects our humanity, because your decision could impact people's lives and their ability to have a safe place to live. I'll just stop it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I lost my screen. Stay here. Councillor Troster has questions for you.
Hi there. Thanks for being here today.
Yes,
Do you mind me asking how much your rent is right now?
$750.
And for how many bedrooms?
Spacious 2-bedroom.
Okay. And have you looked for another apartment on the market? What have you seen in terms of cost?
Another apartment comparable in size would definitely be over $2,000. I don't think I'm exaggerating. So triple my rent.
And if you, understanding the limits of what this committee is allowed to decide on,
Yes.
what outcome other than this development not proceeding would you like to see? Is there any other outcome that you would see as a win for you and for your neighbors?
No amount of money is going to help. The $20,000 is a joke. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but we have to understand the landlords are going to make millions, as our lawyer and our lawyer has talked about this with us, who is experienced in these matters. An outcome I would like to see is perhaps giving this land back to the Indigenous people, having some sort of a building that's maybe purchased by the city and turned into affordable housing. It's a beautiful space, the buildings with their heritage. I think there's a lot of possibilities if we use our imagination as a society. That's what I would like to see. We were never consulted in any of this. I mean, that's all I can say.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Ariel.
Thank you very much. We have another set of questions from Conseiller Prant.
D'accord.
Oui, bonjour, merci beaucoup. Est-ce que vous voulez que je vous parle en français ou en anglais? C'est comme vous voulez.
Je préférerais un français juste pour nos amis francophones.
Absolument. Alors, premièrement, j'aimerais vous remercier d'être là aujourd'hui. Je sais que c'est pas facile souvent redire encore une fois l'histoire et l'historique du dossier. Ça peut être traumatisant quand même de pouvoir répéter à maintes reprises votre expérience. Mais j'apprécie que vous êtes là et que c'est pas, comme vous avez dit, ça prend beaucoup d'énergie de te répéter devant des gens que tu ne connais pas. Oui. L'autre question que j'avais pour vous, si vous pouvez prendre juste un peu de temps, c'est, vous avez dit que votre expérience avec le propriétaire n'était pas une qui est positive, mise à part de qu'est-ce qui se passe avec la communauté qui habite là déjà. Pourriez-vous peut-être énumérer c'était quoi exactement les expériences dont votre vécu quotidien? Parce que je suis très curieuse, juste parce que moi j'ai des smart living, comme vous savez, dans mon quartier, surtout avec les résidences pour les jeunes. Alors, je voulais juste savoir, c'est quoi vos expériences?
Oui, je vais essayer de répondre en français. Si
non, ça va, peu importe.
Il y a quelques mots qui me manquent, je pourrais le dire en anglais. Oui. Une chose, alors tu veux savoir les choses que le propriétaire a fait?
Oui, essentiellement, oui. Un genre de bilan, disons.
Oui, ils ont mis une affiche sur notre porte d'entrée avec le photo et le nom de nos amis qui nous aident à nos activités contre le propriétaire, disant que c'était une action criminelle pour lui d'entrer dans notre édifice. Mais ça, c'est contre nos droits dans le RTA, Residential Tenancies Act, de former une association entre nous. Autrement, ils ont, Roland Gordon a dit des mensonges dans les presses, disant que, par exemple, comme une moitié de les résidents sont déjà partis, Mais si ce n'était pas vrai, parce que la majorité de ceux qui habitent ici, ils restent. Alors, ce sont quelques exemples de la sorte d'activité qu'ils font.
OK. Et deuxièmement, je sais que vous avez dit que, évidemment, éventuellement, il va falloir que vous déménagez. Est-ce qu'il y a comme vous voulez rester dans le quartier ou est-ce que vous avez la flexibilité de déménager n'importe où dans la ville?
Pour moi, je veux vraiment rester dans le quartier. Ma petite fille habite dans le centre-ville et mon fils, habite avec moi et je travaille dans le centre-ville.
Oui, non, c'est plus convenable. OK, je comprends. Oui, merci beaucoup. Comme vous pouvez voir, je ne suis pas sur le comité, je suis en train d'observer aujourd'hui, mais si jamais vous voulez communiquer avec mon bureau aussi, on peut se parler en anglais, en français, ça m'est égal, mais j'ai beaucoup de ces développements aussi dans mon coin. Alors, si jamais vous voulez prendre contact avec moi, je suis à l'écoute. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Stéphanie.
OK, merci beaucoup. Je crois qu'il y reste plus de questions. Alors, merci pour votre intervention. Et ensuite, Sloan Mulligan suivra par Sylvie Séguin et après Andy Crosby. Hi, Sloan, perfect. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Sure. If Kelly's here, are you able to hand out the reports that were given? Thank you. Okay, good morning. I'm a researcher and I conducted my master's degree research on smart living's developments here in Ottawa, and I'll share some of this information in the form of 2 brief case studies of developments similar to this development application. So I'll be highlighting the human costs as well as some of the costs to the municipality. So first, Osgood Chambers is the old name for a group of properties that were formerly rooming houses before the landlord Smart Living purchased and renovated the properties, displacing almost all of the tenants from their homes in the process. This row of properties spans a city block on Osgood Street in Sandy Hill. It's just a couple of blocks down from the the University of Ottawa campus. Smart Living purchased these properties in early 2020, and soon after, this landlord developer pursued vacant possession illegally by intimidating tenants into moving from their homes. These tenants included long-term residents, some of whom had lived there for 30 years, some 40 years. Residents included many different people, but primarily poor people with very low income. And those who were displaced actually had come to Osgood Chambers sometimes from homelessness. And then after they were displaced, they re-entered homelessness, both shelter systems as well as absolute homelessness. So years later, I know that one person is still experiencing absolute homelessness and another person is just living in limbo at YMCA transitional housing. So at one point, in forcing tenants out, Smart Living became impatient and began extensive internal demolition while tenants resided in the properties against the directive of their building permit. At this point, the municipality intervened. So there were multiple City of Ottawa actors. There was a City of Ottawa social worker, multiple bylaw officers who did multiple inspections, as well as building code department staff who had to do extensive research on the convoluted ownership of Smart Living to understand who was even responsible for the construction. They issued and enforced multiple types of stop work orders. So extensive city resources directed to managing this development gone wrong. Fast forward to today, and the Smart Living website shows that these very small renovated rooms in the Osgood Street property are renting for up to $1,500 per month. So even when factoring in that utilities are included in this per square foot, these units are far more expensive than market rate rentals, so they're not affordable. I spoke directly to current tenants there, and they complained about the very high rents and the small space. They said that they moved there because it was the only option available, but that they would only be staying this year because of the high cost. So for those who the housing was made for, it's not appropriate. They can't even stay there. It's not even affordable for the people who it was built for. A second example of Smart Living's development-based displacement includes another property in Sandy Hill on Russell Avenue, just a couple of blocks away from the Osgood properties. I spoke to tenants there in the spring of 2022 who were being pressured out by Smart Living. Over 2.5 years later, in November 2024, I spoke to a new tenant. The buildings have been completely renovated and only one new tenant is living there despite 16 renovated units that are available. So units were available as of September 2024. Cost per room in a shared accommodation is $1,050, while a small bachelor costs $1,875 per month. So these units remained empty for up to 2.5 years as the landlord pushed tenants out to create luxury dorm style housing that largely remains empty. Lastly, Smart Living had a development application rejected by the city for a building off of Beechwood, and now that building just sits empty, it's vacant. So we can see similar patterns between all of these developments, and this information is important to the 3 upcoming Smart Living development applications that will be voted on. The landlord developer Smart Living has contributed to multiple mass evictions and has changed the geography of Ottawa for the worse. Smart Living targets affordable housing, pushes people out, and generates less livable spaces and neighborhoods. We need stable and affordable housing stock, and Smart Living's developments do not contribute to that housing need. Smart Living does not create a housing stock that is needed. They actually target that necessary housing that already exists to reposition it and profit from it. That's it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mulligan. I'm checking to see if there are any questions for you. And there are, Councillor Trosser.
Hi, thank you for being here. Your research is really valuable. I just wanted to say that your research points to a trend of what we're seeing in terms of rooming house renovations in Centertown. There's another one only about a block from here where we had a very similar situation where low-income tenants were evicted and now the rooms cost about $1,500 a piece. And the target is often international students. And so I agree with you. This is not the kind of housing stock we want to see in our city. I just have a question for you though. What elements of provincial landlord-tenant law do you think have a negative impact on tenants in these situations? Have you looked at that in any depth?
I mean, those regulations don't really protect tenants. So for instance, the tenants who remained at Osgood, they did so through informal negotiations, like they were not protected by the right to return, things like that. So yeah,
Okay.
the just protections aren't enough.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just put a pin in that and I'll argue, I mean, this is a case of a demolition, not a renoviction. But we do have the next stage for a potential renoviction bylaw coming back to committee in January based on a motion that I put forward. What you'll see us today is struggling with a very inadequate tool here at Housing Committee to deal with an issue that is also largely caused by lack of provincial tenancy control or rent control for anything built after 2018. It makes it incredibly difficult. So any new development that we approve here in terms of zoning will not have provincial rent control because it was built after 2018. That is just a reality.
Yeah.
And it is trying to find the fix as a municipality when provincial landlord-tenant law is entirely inadequate. Is really certainly what I'm searching for with the potential for future bylaws as a city. So anyway, I want to thank you very much. Thank you for your research. And I share the very same concerns about whether this is the kind of housing stock that will be helpful for our community. My opinion is no. So.
Thank you. There is another question for you from Councillor Plante.
Hi, yeah, thank you so much for your research, as Councillor Troster mentioned. I was just wondering if you could send me, I'm assuming that's your thesis, correct? That you pulled all that from?
It's not a thesis, but I can send you like a report or a brief of some sort.
Yeah, for sure. Everything you said there, I just wanted to know if it was like in a report or in your thesis. I would love to read it.
Sure, yeah.
Great, thank you. If you need my email, let me know.
Okay.
Thanks.
Fantastic. I don't see any further questions for you, Ms. Mulligan. Thank you very much for your intervention today. We'll move on to Sylvie Seguin, followed by Andy Crosby, and then Snea Sumant. Good morning, Sylvie. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Good morning. I will be making the presentation in the name on behalf of my sister, Nicole Seguin. So I will speak as if Nicole was speaking to you. My name is Nicole Séguin. I live at 178 Nepean Street in apartment number 16 in Ottawa. I have been a tenant there for more than 35 years. I have been a good tenant for all of these years, paying my rent on due time, and this can be verified with the previous landlord, Regional Group. I was not able to work and depended on money received from ODSP for all this time. Since reaching the age of 65, I am now receiving OAS and gains, and I make about $1,800 per month. My rent is presently $454 for a one-bedroom apartment. This represents 25% of my income, and I can afford and pay for everything else I need. I can live an independent life. Since I have been in the same apartment for a long time, my rent is quite low compared to the present rent market. I know downtown very well. I can find everything I need in this area, do all my daily activities, and as such, I do not want to move away. If I lose my apartment and I'm evicted, I will not find an apartment that I can afford. And that is true of apartments anywhere in Ottawa. At present, a decent one-bedroom apartment is about $2,000 a month, plus electricity, telephone, food, and everything else. So I need a minimum of $2,500, and that does not include clothing. Per year, that represents $30,000, and I make less than $20,000. This means that I will find myself without lodging if this eviction goes forward. For the first time in my life, I will be without a home at 67 years of age. I do not know what will happen to me, and this causes an immense stress for me. I do not know how to find something that I can afford. Subsidized housing has a waiting list of 5 years. Because of my disability, I need to live in a small building like the one I am presently living in. Having too many people close by is extremely stressful. For certain, I will find myself homeless if this goes through. Ideally, I need to be assured that I can return in my apartment after renovation, and the lease needs to be protected for rent control so that I don't have to move within a year due to a price hike. Also, in the interim, I need appropriate and affordable lodging until the new unit is moved in. We were offered the paltry sum of $500 for moving expense. My niece moved out of her apartment 2 years ago, and she had to pay close to $2,000 for a move. So in conclusion, this landlord wants to get rid of me as cheap as possible without taking responsibility and without caring for how it will affect me. And you have the ability to approve this project or not approve it. And I would really like to encourage you to not approve it. Thank you.
Hi, I just wanted to thank you for being here on behalf of your sister and to offer that she can get in touch with my office. I have a caseworker who can try to help her out in terms of options should this development go through. My intention is to dissent, but I also know the limits of this committee and what it's actually allowed to consider today. But please encourage Nicole to give my office a call. We can help connect her with resources and try to help her out. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sylvie, il n'y a pas des autres questions, alors merci pour vos commentaires. Prochaine, c'est Andy Crosby. Mr. Crosby, you're up next.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Great, thanks so much. So good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Crosby. I'm a postdoctoral researcher in the Department of Geography and Environmental Studies at Carleton University, and I have a PhD in sociology from Carleton. So my doctoral research focused on evictions in Ottawa by exploring the breadth of affordable housing loss and the displacement of tenants in the city, while city planners simultaneously were updating the official plan, the new official plan, with the goal of transforming Ottawa into North America's most livable mid-sized city. So I published a book based on this research, and the book won the 2024 Canadian Sociology Book Award. So based on this research and my experience, I am recommending that this proposal be rejected. There's moral, ethical, and technical reasons why it should be rejected. First, Ottawa is in the midst of a crisis of evictions and a crisis of affordable housing lost, which was acknowledged by City Council in 2020 when declaring a homelessness and housing emergency. So one of Canada's leading housing researchers, Steve Pomeroy, has documented that Ottawa loses 31 units of affordable housing for every one created. And my colleague, Monica Mary, has documented 23,600 eviction applications with the Landlord and Tenant Board for Ottawa between 2016 and 2021, an average of 75 per week. So the moral and ethical reasons here are pretty clear, but there are also some technical aspects which I'll explore briefly here. So the amendment proposal, it makes numerous references to being aligned or consistent with official plan policies for Centertown, including the central and east downtown core secondary plan area. Section 4.4.4, principles and objectives of the secondary plan, part 3 therein, accommodate a diverse population. In there, it includes in its objectives to, quote, maintain an adequate supply of affordable housing and to strengthen the protection of existing rental housing. Then section 4.4.8, housing of the secondary plan, further details the obligations of this committee when considering zoning bylaw amendment proposals. So this section notes that it's further to the policies in the official plan section on housing, which focuses specifically on the issue of affordable housing. And paragraph 31 notes that, quote, the city shall include the provision of affordable housing units and the conservation and replacement of rental housing as per policy 15, section 11 of volume 1 of the official plan for community benefits, end quote. Sorry, I'm talking fast. I still have a couple of paragraphs here. The zoning bylaw amendment proposal also states that the proposal is subject to the guidelines of the Centertown Community Design Plan, the CDP, and that it is consistent with these guidelines, but I put forth that it is not. So Chapter 3 of the Centertown Community Design Plan addresses the northern character area. This is Section 3.1.1, of which the buildings in question are a part. And the guidelines specify to, quote, safeguard existing rental and affordable housing stock more strongly. So Chapter 7 of the CDP, Section 7.2.4, is protecting future housing choices. This section contains a subsection on strengthening rental housing protection and provides guidelines for strengthening the city's demolition policy, which includes duration of rent controls for those tenants who choose to remain. And it's clear from the other presentations that these tenants would like to remain. While the zoning bylaw amendment proposal makes numerous references to being consistent with the Central and East Downtown Core Secondary Plan and the Centertown Community Design Plan, I don't think that it is, as this redevelopment will contribute to affordable housing loss in this area. So the conservation and safeguarding of affordable housing is not acknowledged in the proposal and must be considered by this committee. Finally, the zoning bylaw amendment proposal states on page 14 that the proposal addresses the term of council priorities that, quote, a city that has affordable housing and is more livable for all, going back to this most livable mid-sized city in North America, part of the official plan. So I've reviewed this term of council priorities, and it's unclear to me how this proposal addresses the objectives of housing affordability and livability. In my reading, the proposal will do the opposite by demolishing actually existing affordable housing and unhoming those who live there. So great, I have 35 seconds. This is great. I'm going to close by directly quoting from the Centertown Community Design Plan. And this is the quote. As articulated in the city's official plan, affordable and appropriate housing for all residents is the fundamental building block of a healthy, livable community. Providing and protecting an adequate and affordable supply of housing is an essential ingredient in any sustainable neighborhood, end quote. So the Planning and Housing Committee has the opportunity today to follow the principles and guidelines as laid out in the planning documents referenced in the zoning bylaw amendment proposal, reject this proposal and protect some of the last actually existing affordable housing left in northern Centertown. Thanks so much.
Hi, Andy. Thanks for being here. I'm just curious to hear from you. I understand you're asking us to reject this application, but beyond the scope of this application, are there other city policies that you would like to see to help prevent scenarios like this?
Well, from my understanding, the official plan, set out to include other types of basic policies to protect or build affordable housing, like inclusionary zoning and rental replacement bylaw. And I know the city is looking into renoviction bylaws, such as what has been implemented in Hamilton. So I think that there are some very basic common areas to look that the city of Ottawa can look toward in others that other cities are doing. But moreover, I think that we need to, look at what's happening in this particular proposal as well as other buildings in the city. And I know this committee tends to focus on the technical aspects, but what we're talking about here is the demolition of a building and the destruction of actually existing affordable housing. So in addition to looking at the setbacks and the heights and the shadows and the infrastructure, I would implore the committee to look at the report that's being circulated that actually looks at the impacts of the people living in the homes, and to consider those human lives along with the technical aspects as I submit the official plan policies and the plans I've quoted here implore us to do.
Thanks, Andy. And just to let you know, I did circulate that report last night, so councillors on this committee could get a head start on reading it. It really does provide an incredible oral history of the building, of its legacy in the community. And I want to thank the bank block tenants for putting it together. Thank you for being here. I don't disagree with you at all. I think what you will hear from our chair later in this meeting is about the very real legal challenges that we face as zoning committee, specifically within this provincial context. It's tough out there. But I really appreciate your presentation. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Troster. Andy, I'll ask you the same as I asked one of the previous delegations. We're not being asked to approve a building today. What we're being asked to do is approve zoning. This developer could build a demolish the building, build a 6-story mixed-use building without any permissions from this committee. But they want to build something that is bigger than a 6-story building. And so they require this committee and council's modification of the zoning bylaw to allow them to do it. Is there anything about the call it, I hate to use the word, the variances to the performance standards of the zoning bylaw that you would consider inappropriate? Again, that list is a reduced corner side yard setback, a reduced rear yard setback of 0 meters, a reduced minimum width of landscaped area, an increased maximum building height of 9 stories, and exemption from 60/70 of the zoning bylaw, the heritage overlay. In the context of the provincial policy statement and the official plan, which of those provisions do you consider are inappropriate for this context?
Thanks, Councillor Leeper. Well, I think that by considering these variances and these technical aspects, if the committee is only looking at those, it's giving approval for the demolition of the building. So the demolition of the building may not be in question today, but the committee is tasked with, okay, let's consider amending the zoning for these various things. But this is one step and perhaps many that is leading to the demolition and displacement. So as opposed to looking at just these aspects of setbacks and heights and whatnot, I would submit that what should perhaps be prioritized, since the document itself references all of these the city policies and plans, and puts forward the argument that it's consistent with them, that it aligns with them. Let's dig deeper into them and my argument is that it does not align with them. It may align, well, it doesn't align with, it's asking to amend heights and all these things. Architects and planning experts could argue that, but let's look at argue against that. But let's look at the protection, conservation, safeguarding of affordable rental housing that is throughout all the official plan and secondary plan and community design plan documents. Let's put that at the forefront here.
Thank you again. Yeah. Won't get into the debate. Your points are well taken and legitimate. Thank you. I don't see any further questions for you. We can move on to Sneha Sumant. I'm sorry if I've gotten that horribly wrong. Followed by Manuel Kwa, followed by Eric Roberts. Good morning. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
My name is Sneha Sumant, and I'm a PhD candidate at Carleton University and an architect in training registered with the Ontario Association of Architects. Over the past 5 years, I've been researching rental housing insecurity in Ottawa. Today, I will speak to how the intensification approaches in this development application worsens housing insecurity in the city instead of alleviating it. The housing situation is incredibly dire. The waitlist for social housing is 12,000 households long, with wait times of up to 6 years. In February 2024, the average price of a one-bed was $2,045. A dysfunctional housing system is accelerating homelessness. In October 2021, the point-in-time count of people experiencing homelessness in one night was 1,340. Every night, more than 300 families sleep in motels, and more than 200 people sleep on the streets. These trends have not let up and are only getting worse, and all of us can see this. Next slide, please. The city recognizes this. In the 2023 to 26 strategic plan, the city states the growing need to support, quote, support those living on low to moderate incomes and provide access to affordable housing options for singles and families of various sizes. To address these housing issues, the city's official plan proposes intensification as a method of increasing housing supply to address housing affordability and improve the range of housing options. As indicated in these excerpts up on the slide from the official plan, key to the city's intentions for intensification is a diversity or range in the types of housing options and a range in affordability. While this application does increase housing supply, it fails to meet the city's stated goals of intensification and is a poor and inadequate application of the city's intensification principles. Instead, it destroys actual affordable housing for working-class tenants and massively increases the wrong kind of housing supply. Next slide, please. 93% of the units in this development are studios and one-bedrooms, and only 7% are 2 and 3 bedrooms. The Housing Assessment Resource Tool, known as HART, and developed in collaboration with the city, analyzes that there is a great deficit of family housing for low and mid-income earners, a reality frequently recognized by the city's official plan. Yet this application almost exclusively provides housing that does not meet the needs of families. Next slide, please. The average studio unit in this development is 267 square feet, which is just over the size of 2 parking spaces. The overall average area of units is a meager 317 square feet, just over the size of 3 parking spaces. These units will squeeze future tenants and their capacities to make home and aren't just affecting current tenants. The overemphasis on micro studios, 220 of them, and the overall small square footage of all unit types indicates that this application is clearly targeted to short-term residents who are probably going to be singles and small households, not diverse families and household types with children, elderly, and long-term needs. The HART tool does, in fact, identify a high need for singles and small households. However, these are low-income households earning less than $1,075 a month, much like many of the tenants being evicted through this application. This tool also identifies that 85% of the homes we need are for rents under $1,000, and there's absolutely no need for any rentals in Ottawa over $1,700. Next slide, please. The rental rates of this applicant, as we've already heard, far exceed what the HART tool outlines as housing need in Ottawa, often starting at $1,500 and exceeding $3,000. The applicant excludes and evicts those most in need of housing, and approving this application would zone out residents the city claims they need to serve through intensification principles. Preserving and expanding affordable housing is urgently needed. A 2023 analysis already cited here by Steve Pomeroy has studied the rapid erosion of existing affordable housing across the city due to new development like this. In his conclusion, Pomeroy states, addressing supply alone will not be sufficient to address the issue of the loss of affordable housing. To be clear, I'm not against development, I'm against bad development. I'm not against intensification. I'm against exploitative and contradictory approaches to intensification. I urge the committee to vote no on this application on the grounds that it violates the core principles of intensification set up by the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just make sure I've got my screen. I don't see any questions for you. Appreciate the intervention today. Thank you. Moving on to Manuel Swa. I apologize. Who will be followed by Eric Roberts and then Megan Smallwood.
Good day to you all. I'm not into technicalities, so I just gonna take my history when I married to Canada. I married here in 1985. And the next day that I was walking downtown Ottawa, I fell in love with the city. I fell in love with buildings. And when I took a turn towards Parliament Hill, I thought I was like looking at this big, beautiful picture. It's a beautiful building that I've never seen. I'm from Guatemala. I've been living on 178 Nepean since 1988. Technically, it has become my house. I'm grateful that this country took me in. And actually, the city that I came to live in, I became it. I live in the city. I work the city. I would like to talk about the Honorable Adrienne Clarkson, the 26th Governor General of Canada. She had a good perspective, since her family arrived in the 1940s to this country. Actually, they live at Sussex. Not long ago, she mentioned that she was sad to see the war being waged against heritage buildings and to see this SOAR building is being erected. You turn, I don't know who gives those permits to these developers, that creates the same facade, the same look of the building. You look here, you see the same thing. You look over there, you see the thing. I call them chicken houses. Nothing to compare. If you go to James Street and Lion Street, you're gonna see a beautiful building. You don't need to go that far. Go to 178 Nepean. That used to be a bathhouse. Beautiful buildings. You can still see the metal chandeliers there. You can see the ceramic entrance. The Governor General mentioned that she walking from Sussex, mentioning that the canal was technically a mud dish, like taking the streetcars. She can tell us, she knows these changes that the city has to go through. And as my friend mentioned here, I personally am not against, progress. I'm not against development, but it has to be done without, being stepping on somebody else. And it has to be done with beauty, with delicacy, with class. When you go out of this building here and you look at the building on the right, on Lisgar, that's a beautiful building to look at. I don't know who made it, but when you go at the corner of Cumberland and Rideau, it's sore to the eye to see these things. Now, coming back to this point, a little bird told me that the city of Ottawa has bought property, is renting property, and is trying to acquire or to rent property in order to house new migrants. We have a crisis of homelessness in this place. I walk it every day. I see it. It's sad to see people sleeping on the streets, and just right beside that glass, there is an empty place. It's sad to know that there is buildings in which, could accommodate people. So why will the city be running to create, build another chicken house? Because, this project is about building a chicken house. You can even bring a double mattress inside these units. Now, sorry, I'm getting a little bit emotional, but we deserve better. This city deserves better. Those heritage buildings are the building stones of this city, and they should be left alone. They should be respected. Nothing should be built on top of them. They should be left untouched. They should not be touched. City councils were created to look after the communities, their own communities. And no matter what city council creates, it has to be for the benefits of either the developers, for the city, for the people, for the community. That's what I feel, a city council should ought to look at. I done my duty as a citizen. I walk the streets downtown. I like to mingle with people, talk to people. I like to speak, I bought coffee for someone when I can, I feed homeless cats, I know what it's to be homeless because I came, I left my country, and you believe in the United States in the basement. I know what it's not to have a house. And I feel sorry for these people, when I see them in the street. I feel sorry for the cats. Winter starts, it worries me. Sir, you talk that this is about zoning, about back and the land. But why instead of, seeing a back of land, why do you want to build a chicken house? Why don't you build a beautiful garden, like the one besides the 178, with birds and bees come in? There is a saying, an Indian saying that says this: when the last tree is cut down, the last fish eaten, and the last tree poisoned, you will realize that you can eat money. Your decision today, it will be your legacy. Your children will ask you, Dad, Mom, what do you do? I built Ottawa, and I did it rightfully, because that's what life should be, rightfully. What we take away from here when we die is what we have given. Not what we have in our pocket.
I'm sorry, I have to cut you off. You're well over time, but I appreciate the intervention. I'm just trying to see if there's any questions for you. I don't see any. Thank you very much for the presentation today. Eric Roberts.
Hi there.
Good morning. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
My name is Eric Roberts. I'm a construction worker, and I'm missing out on wages to be here today. My neighbors and I live in the homes at risk from this project. I've been on the block for 8 years. If this mass eviction went through, my household would face a rent hike of triple our current rent. Best case scenario, this would sweep my partner, daughter, and I into a situation of poverty and instability. I'm sure the investors have told you all that they are eager to build, and build until stable, affordable housing trickles down to even those in the most dire need. Maybe you believe them, maybe you don't. But you're usually voting on their proposals without information on all of the costs they wish to offload onto the city. Fortunately for the investors, the development application process externalizes sitting tenants. Well, here we are, the externalities. Today you will vote on whether we remain a barrier to SLP's quest for maximum return on investment, or whether the city should shoulder the costs of our mass displacement. And now that you've met us, and depending on how you vote today, you may forever struggle to externalize us from your thoughts. When you're having trouble sleeping at night, wondering who you really serve in this community. When your child asks you, how do people become homeless? When you avoid certain areas of the city because of how chaotic and miserable they've become. In those moments, maybe you'll remember our faces and the way you voted today. Please vote no.
Eric, thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll move on to Megan Smallwood, followed by John Belgeron, and that will be followed by Julie Ivanoff.
My name is Megan Smallwood. I grew up in Orleans, but I've lived in Centertown for the past 7 years. We're talking today about zoning for a development application on Bank Street. The developer has submitted 27 reports in support of their application, taking into consideration factors such as transit impact, noise and wind levels, geotechnical investigations, and even the trees on the block. In all of these extensive reports, there is no mention of the residents who currently call these buildings home. There cannot be a discussion of zoning for this application today without acknowledging the people who will be displaced as a result of this project getting approved. I have a master's degree in epidemiology from McGill University, and I work in public health research. And I'm here today to talk about the impact of this development on the health and well-being of the residents of Bank Block. Housing is a widely recognized determinant of health. Increasing evidence shows that people under threat of eviction present negative health outcomes such as depression, anxiety, psychological distress, suicide, high blood pressure, and low self-rated health, which is in itself an indicator of mortality. Ottawa Public Health has stated that a strategic priority for the city is to influence changes in the built environment to promote health and well-being. This includes having access to housing that is suitable to a person's stage of life, is affordable and safe, and promotes physical and mental health. The State of Ottawa's health report in 2023 demonstrated that renters are amongst those with the lowest self-rated mental health. Anyone who has rented in Ottawa in the past years won't find that statistic surprising. I want to stress that the decision you make today on this development proposal has a very real and tangible impact on the health of the current residents of Bank Block. I too am a tenant, and I personally know the stress posed by the threat of eviction. In the summer of 2023, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. I completed 9 months of treatment, which included surgery, chemotherapy, and radiation. Only 1 month after I finished treatment, my landlord threatened to evict me for refusing to pay an illegal rent increase. I was aware of my rights as a tenant, and I knew the likelihood of being removed from my home was low. However, I began to experience severe anxiety and stress that was compounded by the trauma of surviving cancer. I was off from work so that I could heal and recover, but there was no way to escape the stress because my home, which had become my safe place during the worst year of my life, was now under threat. We can talk in circles about building height, yard setbacks, and the color palette for the building addition. But as others have argued and will continue to argue, the City of Ottawa has an obligation to protect its residents. My story is not unique. One of the tenants currently living on Bank Block, like me, has been recovering from breast cancer treatment and is waiting for her 3rd surgery. She too is trying to recover while dealing with the stress of losing her home during an extremely vulnerable time. Tenants who have lived on Bank Block for decades have built their communities and sense of belonging here. Residents have shared with me that over the course of the past year, they are no longer able to sleep at night, have noticed a decline in their ability to fight off the common cold and infections, and have increased blood pressure. This is almost certainly a direct outcome from the threat of eviction and precarity of their housing that has been ongoing for more than 1 year. Almost every tenant has experienced severe emotional and mental distress, not only from worry of displacement, but also because of the intimidation and harassment by Smart Living Properties to try and get tenants to leave. The ongoing investigative work in the buildings on Bank Street has caused severe noise disturbances to the residents, and structural stress tests undertaken by Smart Living have led to asbestos being found trapped outside of apartment units. Workers were protected from contamination, but those same protections were not provided to the residents living in the building. Inhaling asbestos can cause lung cancer, mesothelioma, and scarring of the lungs, which can make it difficult to breathe. I am sure there are excuses and justifications to be made as to why the health and well-being of the residents of Bank Block aren't of concern to this committee. You may be thinking that you are voting today on a purely technical basis, but the technical cannot be separated from the social when a dem eviction is being proposed. We all know about the city's housing and homelessness crisis. The City of Ottawa claims to care about protecting affordable housing, but what you have done to date is clearly not enough because here we are, pleading with our elected representatives to save our neighbors from homelessness. You have a chance today to do the bare minimum in protecting the homes and health of the residents of Centertown. Vote no to this development proposal.
Thank you very much, Megan. I have a question from Councillor Troster for you.
Hi, Megan. Thanks for being here.
What changes do you see as someone who has looked at this deeply? What changes would you like to see that could prevent a situation like this from happening again?
I mean, I think there are lots of changes that can be made, but to be honest, I don't think it's my job to necessarily come with those solutions. I think there's lots that can be done. And at the very least, I think stopping people from being homeless is like the easiest thing you could do. It doesn't cost anything. I know there's budget constraints and lots of things are expensive. But stopping this eviction is free.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I will just say the story you're telling, Nicole's story, so many of the stories. I want my colleagues around the table to understand that in Somerset Ward, this is the casework we deal with multiple times a week. Often it's not due to a demolition, it's due to a renoviction, which is why I'm really pushing forward for a renoviction bylaw here in Ottawa. But the issue of housing loss is deeply personal to anyone who's losing their home. So I really appreciate you coming and talking about the emotional toll that it takes. And our city is very diverse, and I represent one of the most urban wards in the city. And so this is the work in my office. This is the casework that we hear about over and over again. So I really appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Our next delegation is John Bergeron. Yes. Hi, John. Yeah, and the speaker looks like it's still on there for you, so you don't have to hit any buttons. Yeah, 5 minutes whenever you're ready to begin.
Yeah. So my name is John Bergeron. I've lived at 178 Nepean since 1981, December. My father helped me get that place when Regional Group was on Carling Avenue. First and last month's rent, my friend Linda moved in with me, and we thought it was a great spot because we were both working for the BIA, Bank Street Promenade Business Improvement Association. We worked specifically with Michael Behrens in the building, Lecourt building, which is right across the street on Nepean. We did the sidewalk sale, Festival of Spring, and the stars. And then it turned into candles. And Michael Behrens taught me everything I know about office work. This is called demoviction. And all I could remember on the 1st of September 2022, when we were given notice that the whole block was bought, all I could think of is when I was 7 years old, it was called expropriation. And it was my father losing his garage in the Loretton Flats on 62 Ottawa Street. And across the street from there, my mother had bought a small duplex house. And it was called expropriation. It was 1965. I was about 7 years old. So now at 66, going to be 67, I'm basically going through the same thing as my father went through in a lot of ways. My father was a veteran from 39 to 45 in the war. And he came back and he built one of the first cinder block garages on Ottawa Street. And he also built two houses on, I think it's Grubber Boulevard, when he came back from the war, because my first part of my life, I lived in Gatineau. I think that now, at this point, after everything I've been through, that that was the best time of my life. I would have been completely bilingual if I had stayed there, but my father chose, after this expropriation, he chose to buy a house in Overbrook. So that's a little bit of my history. What I'd like to say is it was a very strange situation, the way it was all done. The notice came and first of all, it was 6 days before that Saturday, September the 1st. The lobby doors were broken open and there were people walking around in the building that I had never seen before. And I couldn't find the superintendent, Mr. James Thistle. And sadly enough, January the 11th, we lost that second superintendent the most recent superintendent. He died somehow. Mr. Thistle would go out when somebody graffitied the walls outside, and he'd roller with paint over the brick to prevent the landlord from getting fined. There's a fine for not covering up the graffiti. For the last 2 weeks to a month, actually, it's been longer than that. There's nothing but graffiti all around the whole block. And the people that are working inside the vacant commercial spaces, they're leaving a complete mess. You just got to go down there and walk around the block, and you can see that the person or the people, Smart Living, don't care about the property. It's like the deal is sealed for them. They know that you're going to approve it here at City Hall. And I don't think that that's fair. And I don't think that the heritage people appreciate the idea of everything that's going to go on. I have the technical drawings of everything. I can see amendments to the whole plan that would be better. And I think that if you vote yes for this, it's going to be a big headache in the future for you, and you're going to wish you had voted no.
John, on that note, you're out of time. Thank you very much for the presentation
Okay,
today.
am I expired my time?
You are.
Okay, well, I got out what I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, John. We'll move on to Julie Ivanov, followed by Michelle Liu and Jacob Hendren.
Hello, everyone. I do have a slideshow. Thank you. My name is Julie Ivanov. I'm a tenant at 227 Bank Street. I currently live on the block where the development is proposed to go. I'm a full-time student. I'm pursuing my PhD in architecture at Carleton University. Next slide, please. This proposal is not consistent with the 2024 Provincial Planning Statement, which is under the Planning Act, and this proposal does not support Chapter 2.1, Planning for People and Homes, talking about complete communities, accessibility for people of all ages, and improving social equity and quality of life. Next slide, please. This proposal does not support Chapter 2.2, Housing, Section 1, does not consider the needs of current and future residents, and barely has a range of housing options. Next slide, please. With the help of some friends, we mapped out a 1-to-1 scale plan of one of the 222 furnished bachelor or studio units in this proposal. Here's the view from my apartment. Next slide, please. This is a 220 square foot unit. The average size of the 220 furnished studio units in this building is 267 square feet, which is not much bigger than this one. To understand how small this is, here's a comparison with parking spaces. Next slide, please. Here is that same unit with a queen-size bed. Next slide, please. And next slide. Here's that same unit with a kitchen, bathroom, and person, a queen bed, and a couch. The Ontario Building Code requires doors be 1 meter or just over 3 feet wide, and the doors in your home are the same size as those in this unit. Next slide, please. This is one of 8 floors in the building. Next slide, please. And here's that same unit from before. Next slide. On this floor, there are 34 units. 83% of the units in this building are studios. In fact, there are only 24 one-bedroom units and only 19 units that are larger than 1 bedrooms in this entire building. Next slide, please. Smart Living has met the minimum requirements of larger units and has increased the minimum requirements for density from 350 units per hectare to 1,354 units per hectare, almost 4 times the density requirements. I want you to think back to that tiny studio and think about what housing means. Next slide, please. Is that studio housing? Can you live in a unit that small? Can you raise a family? Can you have a partner, have friends over, or even work from home 3 days a week in this type of unit? From the executive summary, City of Ottawa 10-year housing and homelessness plan, 2020 to 2030, a home is the central place from which we build our lives, nurture our children, and engage with our communities. Our ability to reach our full potential through health and well-being, educational achievements, social connections, attachment to the labor market, and community identity can all be impacted by the stability of our housing. Next slide, please. This proposal does not support the provincial planning statement. It does not feature complete communities, accessibility for people of all ages, nor does it improve the social equity and quality of life. Next slide, please. This proposal does not support the needs of the current or future tenants, as you've heard already from other depositions. It does not have a range of housing options. It is not affordable, accessible, or equitable. It does not support or include the needs of the current tenants. 360 people wrote into the city voicing their concerns regarding the current residents. I urge you to refuse this project until the concerns of the community and current tenants have been addressed. I think that as having a background in architecture, to separate the facade from the building is foolish. Architecture only exists for people. And so all the things that are inside of the building, which I've just shown, are part of the exterior. So all of these zoning laws and compliance, I think, need to be refused until we can reconsider what the whole of the building has to offer and how that can contribute to what it is that the city requires. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you very much for the presentation today. Michelle Liu, followed by Jacob Hendren, then Dr. Vilya Jeframovis. Good morning, Michelle. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Hi, everyone. My name is Michelle Liu. I am an artist and a PhD student in architecture at Carleton University. And I'm here today to talk about the impact of Smart Living Properties' proposed development on artist communities and the ecology of artist spaces in Ottawa, past and present. The approval of the proposed development will not only mean the loss of the richness and diversity in the city's architectural and urban fabric, but the loss of one of the most significant sites of art historical value and cultural heritage in the city. For this reason, I urge you to vote no. Rikan Abushar, the COO of Smart Living Properties, defended the project in March 2024, stating that they, quote, recognize this neighborhood's importance to Ottawa's arts community and announced their goal of, quote, turning the area into a true community space, end quote. Smart Living Properties statement reveals a profound misunderstanding of artist cultures, institutions, and ties to community, and represents a violent erasure of people, histories, and communities that already exist in the bank block apartments. In reality, the proposed development will destroy a culturally significant place in the history of Canadian art, while forcibly removing people from their homes, studios, and spaces of life-making. Heritage and cultural value lives beyond the facade. As an artist who studies spaces, I see in scholarship, literature, works of artistic production, and the voices of tenants how heritage and cultural value exist in spaces, interiors, social relationships, stories that are inseparable from the people who call a place home. For decades, the bank block apartments have functioned as a hub for artists and writers, filmmakers, and cultural workers, and have housed cultural spaces pivotal to the history of artist-run centers and the evolution of contemporary art in Canada. artist studios, apartments, live workspaces, exhibition spaces, Wallach's art supply store, and the important artist run centers like Gallery 101, Invisible Cinema, and Worm Gallery have operated in the buildings SLP now wishes to demolish. Artist run centers began in the late 1960s as artist-controlled and self-managed cultural institutions, which provide alternative spaces and opportunities for emerging and marginalized artists outside of commercial galleries, and have historically encouraged the flourishing of artistic and intellectual cultures in Ottawa. In Ottawa, the Bank Block apartments represent a unique and irreplaceable local cultural asset, and one of the few remaining spaces still accessible to artists. Today, artist rent centers, studios, and community-controlled art spaces in Ottawa are disappearing. It is increasingly difficult for artists to secure safe and affordable spaces to live and work that are diverse in type. Disinvestment, unaffordability, and the commodification of the spaces where we live and create are the reasons. The proposed eviction of the Bank Block apartments would mean a rupture in the lives of the community of artists and tenants, the loss of homes that currently support life and creativity, and the erasure of significant art, historical, and associative value protected under criteria S41141B of the Ontario Heritage Act. The destruction of Bank Block contradicts the intention to, quote, create spaces and places for culture to live, grow, and innovate, identified in the city's official plan. The city's goals of including culture as, quote, a contributor to livable city building, social good, community well-being will be jeopardized by this proposed development. Artists, cultures, and histories are irreducible to what SLP's Roland Gordon boasts as an, quote, artsy feel. SLP's vision of an art space without artists, of studios and exhibitions made through the demolition of artist studios and the eviction of tenants, is an emptying of artistic, cultural, and intellectual value, and the literal gutting of artist infrastructures and community life. The only sensible option is to vote no.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Sorry, I don't see any questions for you from anyone else, but may I just ask, what is the current artistic hub? What are the activities that are taking place in the building?
There are artists. Leslie Reed is a very prominent Canadian artist. If you turn to page 10 of the People's Report, you'll see a list of artists. And in addition to, and then I think it's also really important to recognize how artistic production is recognized and like evaluated, and valuing grassroots artistic production and the place of art in everyday life that is irreducible to corporate shells that end up speaking in place of real artistic practices and livelihoods. So I think this separation between art and everyday life is something that has slowly been eroding arts and leading to a corporatization of artistic practices.
And sorry, what was the reference to, what was the reference to the Ontario Heritage Act? You mentioned section 41(1).
Yeah, I can pull that up. Just a second. So section 27(3)(b) says that number 3, 4, and 5 speak to associative and historical value. Number 3 says the property has design value or physical value, which it demonstrates high degree of technical and scientific achievement. And then number 4, I think, is very pertinent to this application. The property has historical value or associative value because it has direct associations with a theme, event, belief, person, activity, organization, or institution that is significant to a community. So I think that applies to the study of art history in Ottawa in particular, but I think that's also relevant to art historical concerns throughout Canadian art. And then number 5 says the property has historical value an associated value because it yields or has potential to yield information that contributes to an understanding of a community or culture.
Yeah. So those are the criteria under the OHA by which a city would be justified or a council would be justified in declaring something as a heritage.
Sure, there's one more that I think is quite significant. The property has historical value and associated value because it demonstrates or reflects the work or ideas of an architect, artist, builder, designer, or theorist who is significant to a community.
Yep.
So if you look to page 10 or 11, perhaps you'll see a list of those artists that are really important for
Okay.
us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions for you. Appreciate the intervention today. We'll move to Jacob Hendren, followed by Dr. Vilia Jeffernovas, and then Andrew Braithwaite. Morning, Jacob. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jacob Hendren. I'm a public sector worker and I'm a tenant in Centertown. I do not own a car, and to get around, I walk, use transit, and ride my bike. I'm here to share my concerns about the transit-oriented development aspects of this project. I know Councillor Leeper has made the point that the city should focus on transit-oriented development and have that be a guiding principle towards allowing future developments, and I'm sure the rest of you share that belief, as do I. I think it's obvious that there should be transit-oriented development around major public transit stations and around reliable bus stops. And one of the reasons this huge 9-story development with no vehicle parking spaces is being recommended for approval is because it is a so-called transit-oriented development. Well, I'm here to argue that you cannot build transit-oriented development on this part of Bank Street because there is no reliable transit upon which to orient said development. First of all, the transportation impact assessment uses traffic demand figures for March 8th, 2022 and April 27th, 2023. I don't think those figures should be considered valid. In March 2022, downtown Ottawa had just been paralyzed by the so-called Freedom Convoy, and there were still many pandemic-related shutdowns in place. On April 27th, 2023, the post-secondary school year was mostly over, and many workers, including notably most federal public servants, were still working from home. Neither of those dates can be considered an accurate blueprint for the transportation stresses on Bank Street for right now, let alone those for decades to come. If any of you councillors have actually used the transit system in recent years, it would be clear to you that the system is not reliable. There are 3 frequent bus routes, the 6, the 7, and the 11, that run past this block, and that's supposed to mean that they run with a headway of 15 minutes or better during the day. Anyone who lives in this area knows that that's a joke. Trips are canceled, poorly spread out, and often end in bunching, where 2 or even 3 of the same bus route end up one right after the other, arriving late, of course. Personally, last year I relied on the 11 for a good part of the year to get to school, only to very frequently end up taking an Uber out of desperation and still most days arriving late to class. I think the 11 is considered one of the least reliable bus routes in the entire city. Last Friday evening, another anecdote, I got off the O train at Parliament Station, hoping to catch a 6 or a 7 to take me down Bank Street. It was about 7 p.m. on a Friday. I waited 17 minutes in the cold, only for 3 6 buses eventually to come by, one right after the other, and then a 7. As I was waiting in the cold for 17 minutes, there were 5 out-of-service buses that drove right by Parliament Station empty. How can someone rely on this system as their primary method of transportation, I ask? There are no plans to make significant changes to any of these routes in the upcoming New Ways to Bus network. A solution, of course, to this problem would be a real transit project for Bank Street, like dedicated bus or streetcar lanes or even a subway. Unfortunately, in the Bank Street Active Transportation and Transit Priority Feasibility Study, none of the proposed options even include a proper dedicated bus lane, let alone something better. And of course, the project area is limited to just the glebe. Another brilliant decision the city has made has been to reduce frequency on the O train to every 10 minutes outside so-called peak hours. This has turned an already shakily reliable mass transit line into a downright unreliable one. You justify this decision with low ridership, but as someone who actually uses transit, I can tell you a few Saturdays ago, I watched in horror at Rideau Station as a half-long train filled to the absolute brim left dozens of would-be passengers stranded on the platform, having no time to board. To recap, this block sits between unreliable bus routes and an unreliable train line. The proposed 9-story development has 0 vehicle parking spaces. Despite the best efforts of those of us who resist car culture and car ownership, I think it's pretty fair to say that the hundreds of new residents who will displace the families and low-income tenants currently living on the block will inevitably end up in Ubers or will pay exorbitant rates for parking in a nearby lot or on the street. This will clog even further a deeply congested part of the city. Without major improvements to Ottawa-Gatineau's transit system, the argument for a fully funded, fully transit-oriented development on this area of Bank Street is simply not there. On that basis, I urge the committee to reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Jacob. I'll just see if there's any questions for you from members. I don't see any. Thank you for the intervention today.
Thank you.
Dr. Vilya Jefremovas, followed by Andrew Braithwaite, and then Shivangi Misra.
Yes, my name is Vilya Jefremovas. I was a Canada Research Chair and a professor at Queen's University of International Development. I have a doctorate from U of T in anthropology, and I have been a resident of Ottawa since 1988. I grew up in downtown Toronto in a very vibrant, equivalent neighborhood to the one that you're now considering, like Centertown, of mixed races, mixed classes, mixed neighborhoods. My parents were refugees. Having grown up in that area with the cultural diversity that I grew up with is one of the things that I remember most fondly. We were poor, but we had this extraordinary community around us. What I'm looking at in this plan is a monoculture, which is what happened to my neighborhood. It became a monoculture of affluent professionals who changed the face of the neighborhood. And the people that I grew up with would never have had a chance to live in this kind of area. We would have been exiled to the peripheries of a city with no transportation, no adequate ways to get around. I walked Toronto. It's not possible. The street that I grew up in now has nonstop traffic, cheek to jowl all night. This is not where I intended to start, but I want to say that having seen the area I grew up in turn into completely sanitized canyons, wind tunnels, which have no community and in fact, no space for community, is something I would like to speak against, because I chose to stay in Ottawa. I had options to go other places because it's a livable, beautiful city. Our friends who come visit from Toronto, who thought to find, you know, the stereotypical uninteresting city of Ottawa, are always blown away by the way it's walkable, how beautiful it is, and in fact, astonished by its diversity. I am all for intensification. Urban sprawl, we've seen that, cities that go on and on and on, like Toronto, where you can't even get out in under a few hours. But we should have intensification with a heart, and we should have intensification that actually reflects the diversity of this city. And also, I think during the COVID crisis, we all learned how important the arts were to us. By and large, most of us listened to music, went online, watched things, saw things. That's turned out to be the thing that was most meaningful to us. So the loss of another artist's hub is a serious problem, because those people will not have a space to create with, and they will have lost the community, because art isn't done in a vacuum. People thrive on interaction, and that's how it's an artist's community. I also see no room for the marginalized, the poor, for families, for immigrants, for refugees like my parents. And I think that a sanitized historical building, because I've seen those over and over in other cities. Fine, you retain the facade, but that's all you get left with is a facade. Thank you very much, and for giving me a chance to speak.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further questions for you. Just one quick question from me. Sorry, you were a Canada Research Chair in which field?
In international development and social change. I've worked on the impact of development from a perspective that cultures change, people change, but you need some control over how it's done.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll hear from Andrew Braithwaite, followed by Shivangi Misra, followed by Ethan Mitchell. Good morning, Andrew. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning.
Presentation.
Hello, counselors. My name's Andrew Braithwaite. I'm an undergraduate student at the University of Carleton. I'd like to start by saying that the way that Smart Living Properties has operated in terms of bank block tenants is completely unethical, and the city is complicit in that. But regarding the nature of my concern, I would like to speak on behalf of my peers, students and international students, and my concerns over the business model that Smart Living Properties operates under. The business model in question takes advantage of students, but also disproportionately affects international students. I would like to highlight that this model contributes to and takes advantage to the current figures regarding students and international students, and I'll list them right now. International students in Ottawa, according to a 2021 census, have a 40% chance of living in unsuitable homes. Of 12,000 study permits, that's 5,000 people. Compared to their Canadian counterparts, they only have a 12.4% probability of living in unsuitable properties. Moreover, 1/5 of Carleton students reported their current housing falls below their need in terms of inadequate light or heat, presence of mold, poor plumbing, and lack of privacy. On top of this, according to data from 2019, there was 40,000 students in the renting market and only 10,000 beds available in residencies. Such an environment pushes students to clearly the renting environment for students puts them in a precarious position, leading to alternative and sometimes illegal housing. Such an environment, despite SLP marketing, is key to their profit maximization by charging market rates, despite various studies that recommend adjusted rates for students, like the recommendations reported in the rental accommodation study that the council approved in 2018. When SLP does charge under market rate, they often jeopardize the health and security of students and tenants by building developments that do not meet suitable living standards by increasing the number of units or bedrooms per property to ensure that they meet their profit margins. How then can it be expected for students, especially international students, to earn a degree and be able to live in this environment? While developers like SLP take advantage of their precarity, how come there is no provincial pushback or municipal pushback to create genuine affordable housing and safe student housing? SLP developments are often marketed to students as affordable. However, their so-called affordable housing often comes in the form of cohabitative living spaces with at least 3 bedrooms per unit and reaching up to 8 to 13 bedrooms per unit. This sort of design is common in Sandy Hill. I don't know who's the Sandy Hill representative, but if you go into Sandy Hill and you speak to Ottawa students, they will tell you that this model is disgusting. This characterizes SLP's predatory business model directed at students, also aligns with the disproportionately higher rent rates in neighborhoods near Ottawa schools, the big 3. With a number under the name of SLP or dwell developments. To further outline this model, I would like to direct council's attention to the amount of SLP properties that have 3 or more bedrooms per property. It far exceeds any other type of property they own. They also market these units as fully furnished, all-inclusive student rentals for students of Ottawa University, Carleton, and Algonquin College. But fully furnished, all-inclusive rentals within the same fully furnished, all-inclusive marketing is what they're doing on the bank block development. Though the development is fundamentally different, it outlines the aforementioned approach to student housing that SLP operates on. I believe this is a pattern of SLP, which gears their properties towards short-term leasing, resulting in higher turnover rate to continue raising rent prices, producing a similar condition of student leases that produce high turnover rates that see large annual increases, ultimately nullifying their affordable claims. Again, pointing to their model of profit over sustainable developments. The bottom line for SLP is not in benefiting students or tenants, and it is in lining their pockets on the backs of the younger generation and the tenant class. I would also like to address the community feedback from students.
I need to cut you off there, but Councillor Chaucer does have some questions for you.
Hi, thanks for coming here. Your presentation points to a trend that we're certainly seeing in Centertown as well, although not strictly from smart living properties. Do you know on average your peers what they're paying for a room to rent right now?
I don't have the numbers on the average, but I know that my friends pay like well over 13, at least 15. And I know for my friends that are international students, they're usually looking at $1,500 a month.
Just a room?
I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
But how is that feasible when they're only able to work 24 hours a week while in school?
No, for sure. And definitely something we're seeing in my ward is the conversion of what used to be rental or rooming houses that were geared towards low income folks. You know, a room would cost maximum $600 or $700 a month, which was difficult, but still doable on a fixed income. And now we're seeing those units being renovated, supposedly fully furnished, slap a widescreen TV, you know, a flat screen TV on the wall. And now they're going for $1,600. There's a building just a block from here where we saw a number of evictions. So I want to thank you for coming to highlight that. I know this development is a little different. I will absolutely have questions for the applicant at this committee, as I have for the last 2 years, about where their impression is, why it is their impression that this is the quote unquote product that they think Ottawa needs, because I personally don't see a market for it. And yes, they've repeatedly referred to their dwellings as products.
I would also just like to highlight one thing. It may seem silly, but you should look at r/GGs and student reviews of smart living properties. They're well below 2 stars. And the common descriptor of smart living properties is slumlords. I don't know if that's sort of the people you want to be doing business with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I lost track. Is Shivangi up next? Yes, good morning, and apologies for the pronunciation.
Good morning, councillors. Your pronunciation was correct. Thank you. Council members, I'm Shivangi Mishra. I'm a lawyer at a human rights organization, and for the past 10 years, I've worked on protecting the rights of women and girls. I migrated to Canada in 2018, and Ottawa has been my home for the last 4 years. I'm addressing you today to strongly urge you to vote against demolishing people's homes. The people who have chosen to elect you and represent their interest on the council and in this committee. You have the power to deny the proposal that will effectively displace people and replace it with units that are by design exploitative to renters. This committee has been delegated the power to take decisions that are consistent with the policies that a city has adopted. You have the power, the basis, and the opportunity to set the standards in the city. You can set the precedent today that real estate developers must comply with the city's stated priorities on housing and not exclusively a very narrow reading of the city's guidelines. SLP's proposal, while increasing the number of units, fails to achieve the fundamental object and purpose of the city's strategic priorities. You adopted a policy that you will, by 2026, increase resources to reduce homelessness and assist people in staying housed. Councillors, stamping the approval of a mass eviction is not the pathway to achieve that. Surprisingly, however, the staff recommendation report states that the proposal addresses this particular term of council priorities that, quote, of a city that has affordable housing and is more livable for all. Further, the staff report states that the proposal meets the minimum standards and the scope of your decision-making power is limited. Quote, physical development and use of the subject site. Given this reasoning, it is no doubt unjust that the city asked for comments from the people in the community and then is responding in a 27-page report and a vote that the basis of decision making was the 6% three-bedroom unit at the market rate that has met the requirement. This process was not meant to be meaningful, and you can change that. People in the community understand the need of intensification, councillors, but we also demand and expect that the alternatives are not built on active acts of displacement. The Office of the Federal Housing Advocate has released a series of reports that confirm that evictions in Canada contravene the human rights law. She found that in more than half of the cases that were presented to her, people have been evicted or forced to move, and that they were no-fault evictions initiated by the landlord. With these processes, we are witnessing in the city legalized and city-regulated violations of security of tenure. Forced evictions, such as the one SLP is asking you to facilitate today, results in a series of violations of human rights in the way that are planned, in the way they are decided, the way the evictions are carried out, and the use of harassment, force, and the impact of the displacement. Councillor Brockington, you supported the call to declare a housing and homelessness emergency in Ottawa. Your 2022 election priorities stated that you will prioritize retaining existing affordable units in Ottawa. Councillor Kavanagh, you wrote for the Ottawa Citizen in 2018 that you are concerned with large-scale developers who are making changes to plans for their own short-term financial purposes, and that it is frustrating to you to hear about another condo being built for those who are well-heeled while affordable housing is actually reduced. Councillor Kitts, you said in 2022 that you will bring a community-first mentality to decision-making, and we are facing a housing crisis, and that affordability is the core of the crisis. And others have made this point many times today, but SLP properties do not bring affordable options to the neighborhood. And that's the technicality here. All of you on this committee have been granted the privilege to serve the people in the city. At this point, each of you are well aware of the crisis, the statistics, and have been presented with many expert reports over the years. And yet the crisis continues, and the people causing the crisis are getting more powerful, one demo eviction after another. The bank block tenants are not the first tenants who have come in front of you to ask you to step up and protect a universally recognized right to acceptable, affordable, and adequate housing. They will not be the last. However, if the record continues to show that the city is not the avenue for the people to access justice and is only a governing body for the landlords to implement their plans, no matter the impact, we are losing trust in the systems that claims to represent our interest. You have the opportunity today to leave a historic legacy of denying, on merit, an inadequate and a harmful application. And the legal implications have been stated in the staff recommendation report, and that is a step I hope the city councillors are willing to take. Councillors, I urge you to vote now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I don't see questions for you. I would ask, in your legal view, how is the OLT likely to treat a refusal?
That is for the OLT to decide, but my legal opinion would be to take due process of law, which means that here, if you have the reasoning in front of you, as has been stated by many people before me, you can rely on the Planning Act. You can see that Planning Act repeatedly asks for affordability. You can rely on your own recommendations to the city, your own policies that you have adopted in this room. Relying on that, I strongly urge you to reject it, take the due process of law, and once it gets there, we will all be present to, again, go into the technicality and argue with the Ontario Land Tribunal. But I don't think we in this room should be making the assumptions based on how legal processes will take place without going through them ourselves.
Okay, I'll probably want to address that a little bit later on during my comments, but thank you very much. I appreciate the intervention.
Thank you.
Moving on to Ethan Mitchell, followed by Josh Hawley, then Marina Gorna.
Hello, my name is Ethan Mitchell. I'm a public sector worker and a resident of Sandy Hill. And I'm here to speak specifically to the public consultation aspect of the staff report that we heard earlier. As I'm sure most of you are aware, this is a project with which the public has been highly engaged from the outset. And one manifestation of that is the about 360 comments that were received as part of the planning process. According to this report, most of the members of the public who reached out during the community consultation expressed their opposition to the mass eviction and the displacement of tenants. Many have also expressed opposition due to the unit mix of the proposed development, including the overwhelming prevalence of small units and the lack of affordable and rent-controlled units. An opportunity was created through this process for Ottawa residents to have our say on the proposed development, and we have communicated clearly that the majority of us do not believe that this proposal meets the needs of the people in Ottawa and that it is not in line with the city's stated development priorities. In expressing this opposition, the community is expressing the very same concerns that the city itself has outlined as priorities in numerous guiding documents, including the official plan, the Housing and Homelessness Plan, and the 2023-2026 Strategic Plan. From these, City Council has a mandate to develop and encourage affordable housing which meets the diverse needs of Ottawa's inhabitants and recognizes the crisis conditions of homelessness and housing affordability in the city. Today, the committee is being asked to approve a recommendation that makes people homeless in the midst of a housing crisis, that further erodes affordable housing at a time when Ottawa is hemorrhaging affordable units, and which goes directly contrary to the vision laid out in the city's own planning documents. In response to this, what assurance has been offered to the public that these concerns are being addressed? I would argue none. We're told that the applicant has been made aware of the concerns. However, as far as we can tell, they have taken no meaningful action to address them. They continue to drive forward with the displacement and the destruction of the affordable housing. We're told that the development technically meets the bare minimum standards, never mind that in just about every way, it runs directly contrary to the city's strategy of addressing the housing crisis. We are told that displacement and eviction are provincial issues, and so for the purpose of this meeting, that we should put thoughts of eviction from our minds, that the zoning amendment process should happen without consideration of the people who live on the block and the well-being of the community. The official plan and other documents lay out a vision of a city with affordable, diverse, flexible housing, which can serve to build strong, healthy, and equitable communities. Tools including zoning bylaws are put forward as the methods by which the city can work to achieve that vision. If indeed the city cannot use those tools to steer development based on overwhelming feedback from the public, which is consistent with the city's own priorities, then why pretend that the city is capable of addressing these issues at all? And as Canadians, I know that none of us here are strangers to jurisdictional conflict and confusion, but we are here right now at this level of government with a question before us. The City Council has a mandate to address the housing and homelessness crisis. Many of the councillors in this room, as we've heard, have campaigned on these issues. The fact is, when the committee votes today, you will be voting on a mass eviction. You will be voting on whether to preserve affordable housing or to further erode it. I understand the limited nature of the agenda items as has been described previously. However, these items are inextricably bound to the wider development project to which they are attached and must be considered as such. I ask only that you take seriously the widespread opposition to this project, which has been expressed by the people of this city, and act based on the clear preferences of the residents of Ottawa who have taken the time to engage with this process in the way that was provided to us, and that you use the tools available to you to serve your constituents. I recognize they might be limited, but I ask that we see what that limit really is in practice. I urge you as members of this committee to stand with your constituents, to stand by the City Council's own stated priorities, and to reject this mass eviction proposal.
Thank you very much, Ethan. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you very much for the intervention today. We'll move on to Josh Hawley, followed by Marina Gornia, and then Mark Jones.
Okay, so let me just start by clock's ticking. Okay, so I'll do a brief introduction. I have a master's degree where I wrote my thesis on nonprofit housing, and I conducted 4 years of research as a PhD student at Carleton on private rental housing in Ottawa. I understand you're looking for very technical reasons to deny the zoning amendment today. You've clearly been given ample reasons to deny it from tons of different perspectives. Many of them are technical, so take your pick. I am going to try and present some technical arguments as well as some novel ones that are at your disposal, because it sounds like a number of you, I have no idea how many, but a number of you do wish to vote against this. So here's one. 2 days ago, breaking news came out, I believe by our friend here at CBC, about kickbacks with the landlord, right? And a city staff housing worker. Why not launch a full investigation into all housing affairs at the city involving, city staff, such as my friend here, elected officials and what have you, because as we know, Jan Harder, the former chair of this committee, was forced to resign several years ago because of her ties to a particular developer who had strong connections to another mass dem eviction, the Herringate one. So her resignation stemmed from that. And then now 2 days ago, this breaking news came out, the timing of which is very perhaps fortuitous for you who are looking for those of you who are looking for a reason to delay or deny this application or postpone it. Now, with regards to the behavior of city staff, you were presented with this report, which is clearly lacking. It mentions the comments received by the city, which in this report are 360 plus. We don't have all 360. An FOI, Freedom of Information request, was submitted. So we have comments up until October 5th. So, well over a month ago. At that point, we had 338 comments in total. What's the most controversial development application this committee has heard in the last number of years? I'm not going to ask you to respond. It's probably Chateau Laurier, right? Maybe, I don't know. I'm going to put words in your mouth and say that the Chateau Laurier was the most controversial development application. It wasn't? Okay. But Herringate never came before the city. There was no development application. That dem eviction went without coming here. I'm talking about something sitting on your desk in front of you. Maybe not you, but another makeup of this committee. Anyway, Chateau Laurier was had a huge profile. How many comments were received in opposition on the portal? 167. 167. How many were received in opposition, portal comments, to this development application? 328 as of October 5th. 97% of the comments submitted were opposed to this development application. 9 comments were submitted in support. And the supportive comments say, all for smart living. I love smart living. To build this. They're very short. I have the breakdown. Over 29,000 words were written in opposition of this development application. That's a novella. That's the length of a novella. And, I would argue that the portal is the most unbiased and most accessible way of public feedback, not the so-called public consultations that are held at the city, because as we know, they're very directed, very one-sided. People are sort of fed into a sort of system of comments. These are the raw, unfiltered comments from members of the public. In terms of technicalities, I would argue also that a very big one is the Ontario Heritage Act. Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act is about cultural importance, and it empowers municipalities to designate as they see fit, right, on an ongoing basis. So you can absolutely set a motion aside to designate bank block. It's not the facade that is heritage, it's the building itself, the artist history, which is in the report. In terms of technicalities around all this, I mean, yard setback of 0 meters, right? Does that sound correct? Transportation, I'm running out of time, transportation is an issue, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, tons of technicalities, go for it. It's up to you to decide.
Josh, thank you very much. I don't see any further, or I don't see any questions for you. Appreciate the intervention. We'll move on to Marina Gornia, Mark Jones, Leslie Reed.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you. Go on ahead.
Okay, great. Please interrupt if you can't hear me okay. My name is Marina Roma. For the past year, I have worked in the front lines as a social support worker. I worked for Belong Ottawa. That's an organization that provides meals, connection, and warmth for the unhoused and the vulnerably housed. I am also the Community Relations Coordinator of Amethyst Center, a non-for-profit organization that provides free addictions therapy from a trauma-informed perspective to women and non-binary people. I am well versed in the world of mutual aid, collective solidarity, and charities and non-for-profits acting as band-aids to the privatization of social services enabled by the provincial and local governments. This Monday, I heard a man on Rebel Rock Radio be very upset at the rising levels of homelessness and crime at the Byward Market. He wasn't mad that a growing number of humans is dispossessed from their home. He was mad that it is no longer comfortable, according to him, to go shopping at Rideau. It is indeed quite confronting to walk around Rideau, but also Bank Street and Elgin Street, when we see the disastrous effects of bad housing policy. These are some of the things that working in the front lines have confirmed for me. Being unhoused is not a choice. Often it is the product of classist, settler colonial, and racist forms of violence. Doing anything in one's power to cope with pain, illness, trauma, and the stress of going hungry is not a choice. It is survival. It is an individual response to systemic and collective failures. And they're not of one's own choosing. And most of us are one or a few steps away from not having a choice. I myself could not afford renting the smallest unit in the development project Smart Living is proposing. This development will do nothing for Ottawa's most vulnerable communities, as others have noted. It will only displace more people and increase the numbers of unhoused folk. As already mentioned, some of the units proposed are nearly the size of 2 parking spaces, which is telling of how Smart Living sees the poor and the working class as more worthy of a coffin than a place to live. It is your responsibility as city councillors to ensure affordable and livable housing, as noted in the planning report. So on behalf of street living citizens who cannot be here today, and in solidarity with the tenants of this block that is going to get demolished if you approve this, I urge you to say no to this project. It seems clear that most people with a conscience disapprove. So thank you for listening and hopefully acting on our demands. Thank you.
Hi, Marina. Thanks for being here. First of all, I just want to say both Amethyst and Belong Ottawa are 2 excellent organizations. So thank you for the work that you do. Do you have a sense from your work specifically with Belong Ottawa? Do you hear from a lot of folks who are experiencing homelessness due to eviction specifically that happened due to a renovation or a demolition?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So you see, do you have a sense? I know it's hard. You're not.
I don't have a sense of the numbers, but yes, lots of stories of people that sincerely could be people my generation, people my age, or any one of us. There are plenty of stories. I would say probably a quarter of most people are a result of bad housing and evictions.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much, Councillor Troster. Thank you very much, Marina. I don't see any further questions for you. We'll move on to Mark Jones, Leslie Reed, and then the final public delegation, Amanda Vo.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Mark. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Good day. Can you hear me clearly?
We can. You're a little muffled,
Okay.
but we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I've lived in 227 for almost 20 years now. I understand that basically you're not voting on what Smart Living is doing. You're voting on the setbacks, the building height, and so forth. If you slow these things down, then it gives the tenants a chance to fight. It helps us out in which we can realize the setbacks that you're asking for is they want to change the bylaws that you have in place. I understand that this is something you've heard all these people tell about the building and how it's important and so forth, and I agree to that. But I also understand the nature of the building and the age of the building and what needs to be done to the building. I understand the building cannot stand forever. I understand the building needs upgrades. I don't necessarily agree with the upgrades that are required or are being suggested by Smart Living, but for the time being, I understand Smart Living has the right to do with the building they now own. John recommended that this was basically is taking over the building, and I agree to that as well, because it just feels like they're just coming in and they're kicking everybody out to do what they want with it, with no repercussions to the people they're putting back out on the street. I understand that in regards to the housing, this building does nothing to help the housing situations other than a few people that can barely afford it. Most cases, the apartments will sit empty for great lengths of times with nothing happening. I believe that densify the downtown core is required, but to do that, you have to build affordable housing to house the people that require it. And this building, the proposal does not do that. With over 200 furnished studio apartments, it's basically going to be a hotel, a long-term hotel. You spend for a year and then you move out. With only two bedroom units, that's 2 families only, and maybe 16 3-bedroom units. That's still not enough to house the amount of people that we're required to house. How is a family supposed to live downtown if in a single unit? I've seen a lot of that myself right now. My only concern right now is basically if you're going to say no to this time, this gives us a chance then to go back and then approach Smart Living, and maybe they will deal with the tenants more in a sense of arranging something for them, maybe be able to move back into the building, some sort of arrangement in which they will support us and help the tenants more and less worrying about the profit. I know they spent a tremendous amount of money to purchase this property and others, and that they are looking to basically build more of these units. At this time, I think the best thing to do right now is for maybe just hold them off for a little bit and let them do more work in working with the tenants and coming with a better solution for everybody concerned. I thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Mr. Jones, thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you, so we'll move on to our next delegate, who is Leslie Reed.
Can you hear me now?
Leslie, we can. Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'm sitting in my studio at 227 Bank Street, having just had an exhibition picked up by one of the few commercial galleries in town, Galerie St. and I have worked in this space. I do not live here, but I have worked here for almost 20 years now, and I know most of the artists in this city who have worked and lived in this space. This Bank Street block, which has always been anchored by Wallach's, by the Wallach's Art Gallery, and by the artists who have worked here, has always been a really significant cultural hub. And I remember in the first Zoom meeting I participated in a year ago, with Adrian Van Wyck and Smart Living and Foten. And it was called by Ariel Troster the Historic Cultural Hub of Ottawa. And that's what it was to me when I moved here many, many years ago and looked for a place to work. What was beautiful about this particular block and why I've enjoyed being here these past 20 years is that it is a community. It's not just a place of artist studios. It is a place where artists have actually lived and continue to live to this day. It's a particularly special kind of cultural hub that makes this city a far more livable place, because to have artists in the city counts for something. It's not a great city commercially to be an artist. Nobody makes much of a living here. I came here for a teaching job at the University of Ottawa, and that's what supported my practice over the years. Most people have a day job and they are artists when they can make the time. If you can live in that space and work in it, all the better. Most houses and most small apartments, and certainly what Smart Living is proposing, no one could possibly work in. When I brought up the fact that these places they were proposing, the 260 bachelor units, were not livable, workable spaces, they said, well, if you're an artist, you could rent or book our amenity space as long as you clean it up afterwards, because we know artists are messy. So I thought, well, I don't think they understand anything of what a working space and a working living space means to an artist. They also said that if they were getting rid of the galleries that existed on the ground floor, that their new commercial tenants might be happy to put a painting in the window. Again, it's just total ignorance. It's actually just so dismissive that it's disgusting that they could even say that publicly in that Zoom meeting. But that's their attitude. So are they going to change anything? I think it's lovely to think that they might. They see this as a bottom line development, and artists don't contribute to a bottom line except to make Ottawa a far more livable, visitable place. People want to come here to see the galleries, not just the National Gallery, but all the galleries that Smart Living is displacing in this building, to see what artists are doing here. Well, if you prevent artists from being here because there are no spaces, and you keep demolishing them, as well as all the affordable housing that makes this such a wonderful place to make art in, because you are actually in a living environment. It's a cultural environment. It's not just a studio space. It's not just a student space. It is a family space. It is a working space for all the tenants who are here. And that in itself creates a far more visible and viable and vibrant artistic cultural community. So it's all those things in this one building. And that's what Smart Living's eviction is planning to destroy and not recreate. It's just a joke. So I am here to defend both the tenants and the artists tenants who still live here. They work here and they live here. And this has been the case for as long as I can remember, this building being a hub for all the artists in Ottawa. It's absolutely essential to the tenants who are living here and to the atmosphere that's created for the artists who have used this building. So thank you. I hope you vote no.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reid. Councillor Troster has some questions for you.
Hi, thanks so much for being here. I'm wondering if you might share with us what you pay in rent for your studio space.
I pay $700 a month, which is very reasonable. I have a large enough space here to do what is very large work for the most part. But it was also, this space was once a family space. And I have two friends who lived in this space. It's a divided space. The bathroom is across the hall, so it's not quite an apartment. They had their first baby in this space. So it has a wonderful history of family and artists. And both those parents are still artists themselves, and the baby grew up. But it's been a family space. There are families in it now.
Yeah.
So
I wonder, understanding what was happening with this building, have you looked for alternative studio space? Have you been able to find anything in Centertown?
okay. Well, two friends who are on the third floor had to move out recently. They were bought out by Smart Living because Smart Living refused to repair the roof, and it was raining on all their work. Literally, the rain was coming through the roof. And if you went up to that space, you see, well, all they had to do was repair the roof, and it was perfectly good space. But they would not. So those tenants had to move out. So the artists have been pushed out. The spaces that are available, there's a studio space that artists who were pushed out of Enriched Bread Artists, which is half demolished. The other half seems to be protected by the city for now, but it's a site of development. And one group, the group that was getting rained on, went to an old school down at the end of Montreal Road, but you cannot live in that space. It's only a studio space. So it's much further out. When I first came to Ottawa, I found an old school at Billings Bridge. And it was, I filled it with artists. Lauren P. Harris was in there, Jennifer Dixon, and even Sneezy Waters rented the basement. So it has a great history. Now it's a housing development. So that's what happens to these empty schools. They eventually get developed. They also are development sites. So there are almost no spaces in this city for artists to rent. This Bank Street block was one of the few buildings that attracted artists over the years and continue to attract artists and artist families. Once it's gone, there won't be anything in downtown Ottawa to create that wonderful, livable cultural hub. It will be gone, and the artists will be scattered into these empty schools on the edges of town, and then they have to move out of those. So it's very, very difficult. Very hard to make a living as an artist in Ottawa, and very, very hard to find affordable rent to make that living.
Yeah, well, thank you for sharing that. I mean, a point that I made early on in the process with the Downtown Revitalization Committee, there were all these ideas on the table about we need an arts hub in Ottawa. Well, this is an arts hub.
Exactly.
An existing arts hub. And, this is the classic cycle of gentrification. Artists come in, they make a community attractive and exciting and cool, and then they're pushed out of the spaces where they live and work. And this is only one example. So I appreciate you being here to highlight that point.
Thank you. And what Smart Living is planning to do is the exact opposite of any revitalization. It's
Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
There was no question there to respond to, so I appreciate your intervention this afternoon. And we'll move on to our final public delegation, Amanda Vo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Amanda Vo, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of my parents, Trong Vo and Chimai Dang, who currently reside in 178 Nepean Street. My mom is in the audience there today, and so with limited English, I will speak on behalf of them. My elderly parents, age 66 and 76, have lived there in their home peacefully for the last 35 years, consistently paying their rent on time and in full. This is more than just a building to them. It's the foundation of our lives. I myself grew up in that home for 25 years. I was born there. My parents survive on government assistance, earning only $1,100 a month. Their current rent, well below the skyrocketing market rates, downtown Ottawa, has allowed them to afford basic necessities like groceries, utilities, while maintaining their independence. If they lose this home, they will have no options. With one-bedroom apartments now averaging about $2,000 a month plus utilities, they cannot afford to live anywhere in the city. Over the decades, my parents have built a life in this community. They rely on its walkable access to necessities and familiarity in the neighborhood. They don't speak English fluently, and uprooting them at this stage of their lives would not only cause financial devastation, but also strip them of their sense of stability and belonging. It would nearly be impossible for them to adapt to a new environment. Evicting my parents means leaving them without housing. And as you know, subsidized housing is a 5-year wait at the moment. With no affordable options, they will face homelessness along with all of their neighbors. The emotional and financial toll of the situation is overwhelming, not only just for my parents, but also for the tenants that are being forced out of their homes. So this is not about displacement, it's just about basic human rights. I implore you to consider the grave impact of this eviction will have. For my parents, this is a life or death situation. Without fair compensation or practical housing solution, my parents will lose everything they've worked so hard to build. I respectfully ask the committee to vote against this proposal until a more compassionate and equitable resolution is reached, not only for my parents, but for the other tenants affected as well. We're not asking for charity, we are asking for justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amanda. I'm just taking a look to see if there are any questions. I'm on the wrong screen. Councillor Troster.
Hi, Amanda. Thanks for being here. I just, I'm going to make the same offer I did to Nicole's sister. If you or your parents want to contact my office for assistance, you're absolutely welcome to do so, depending on what this committee decides today. But should they need assistance or housing support or to get on appropriate lists for rental supplements, please do get in touch. We're very happy to help the best we can. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Troster. That is the end of the public delegations. The applicants are here and are entitled to make a 15-minute presentation to the committee as well. So Lisa, whenever you're ready, we're in your hands.
Yeah, I believe I have a presentation, so I'm not sure if it's up yet or not.
It's coming up on screen forthwith.
Perfect. So through you, Chair, I was going to say good morning, but I guess we're into the afternoon here. I'm Lisa De La Rosa with Fo 10 Planning and Design, the consulting urban planner on the file. And joining me today are representatives of the applicants and the project architect from NUF. Before highlighting the planning framework which supports this development, we did want to acknowledge and empathize that moving forward with this project does come with consequences for those currently living at this address. Relocation is not ideal, but efforts and offers have been made to ease this transition. Those details have been correctly summarized by Councillor Troster's motion. We recognize that gentrification is a consequence of intensification policies. That said, I think we can all agree that this portion of Bank Street is ripe for some rejuvenation. We only have to look south of Gladstone to see how new development along Bank can spur not only new housing opportunities, but also commercial viability. The city's planning framework encourages this type of development, and a location between the highway and Spark Streets along this key main street is a great opportunity. Next slide. So the subject property is designated a hub within the downtown core transect. This designation indicates that the site is a target area for intensification. It is to accommodate a mix of uses with development that prioritizes active transportation while enhancing the existing 15-minute community. Taller buildings and higher densities are supported along Main Street corridors. Next slide. The maximum height for this block of Bank Street is 9 stories, as identified in the central and east downtown core secondary plan. Larger intensification projects are encouraged where they'll have minimal adverse impacts on low-rise neighborhoods, which on this slide are represented by the light yellow. Next slide. In addition to heights, the secondary plan also provides guidance on the unique character of Centertown area and how new development should integrate within it. I ask that you remember these principles and objectives, as we'll come back to these in a moment. Next slide. While the current zoning of traditional Main Street aligns with the main objectives of the official plan, some project-specific exceptions will be required. Next slide. The exceptions being recommended today will permit the proposed 9-story building with the heritage podium. There will be 263 residential units, 264 bicycle parking spaces, and retail space will return at grade. There is a mix of unit sizing, with the majority being all-inclusive studio units, which minimizes the move-in, move-out impacts to the surrounding city streets, and inclusive means it includes the cost of utilities. 6% of these units are 3 bedrooms, aligning with the city's minimum large household dwelling units within a hub policy. Next slide. Recalling the secondary plan's principles and objectives for Centertown, I want to highlight how this proposal meets these. The character of the neighborhood is maintained by rehabilitating and conserving the cultural heritage components of this building. The additional mass has been designed in a way to be complementary, not compete with the retained facade. The addition of new residential units of varying sizes, including barrier-free units, will accommodate a diverse population. Commercial activity will be reinforced and promoted not only with improved retail spaces, but with the addition of more people to support the local businesses. Enhancing the public realm will be done with new soft landscaping and new opportunities for public seating. With a 1-to-1 bike parking to unit ratio and no additional parking being provided, tenants will prioritize active modes of transportation and transit to move around. Next slide. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment would create site-specific exceptions to the TM zone, ensuring that setbacks, step-backs, and heights are consistent with the proposal as presented and reviewed as part of the site planning process. The need for parking spaces will be eliminated, which is appropriate given its location within a 15-minute community in proximity to transit. The provision of 1-to-1 bicycle parking will also promote travel via active modes of transportation. The zoning would also require that a minimum of 6% of the units in the redevelopment be 3 or more bedrooms. All of these exceptions align with the direction of the official plan. Next slide. So in closing, redevelopment is a balancing act. And considering the planning policies, bylaws, and guidelines available, what is being proposed today represents good land use planning. This rezoning will add additional residential units and revitalize the ground floor commercial spaces in a way that is sensitive to the surrounding context and keeps the cultural heritage component as the focus. Finally, we do want to thank city staff for their work on this file and members of committee for your time and attention this morning. We'd be happy to address any questions at this time and kindly ask that if any more motions are brought forward, we do have the opportunity to speak to them prior to your vote. So with that, thank you, and we're available for questions now.
Thank you very much. The first question is coming from Councillor Chaucer.
Hi, thanks for being here today. So we've heard from the tenants who still live in the building and also from community members about the incredibly significant hardship that the loss of their homes will cause them. Why was it not possible from your perspective to renovate the building and retain these tenancies?
I think I'm going to pass that over to our architect, and part of it is the structure that's currently there, and how the new construction would happen.
Thank you, Lisa. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon. So basically, based on the file that we have received from the clients and with going through the regulation, that we were able to go up to 6, and then we wanted to have an amendment to go up to 9 floors. Regarding just renovating the existing situation, that was not possible with the additional development on the building, because the structure-wise, the building was not strong enough to hold up to 6 or 9 stories. So that was the reason, that was like the main reason that we went through the restoration of the facade and basically providing a proposal for the interior part of the building.
Okay. This is a question for the applicant, and I will note the applicant is not here. Foten, you're here on, Lisa, you're here on behalf of Foten, on behalf of the applicant, but quite often we have the applicant actually here with us.
We do have 2 representatives of the applicant here. So Ryan and Roland are both available
You're
online.
both on, okay. So the memorandum of understanding that I put forward represents the current offer that's on the deal on the table for tenants. But I will note, in the case of the Enriched Bread Artists, which is another similar displacement, they were offered the right to return at the same rent when the building is finally built. Why has Smart Living not offered the same conditions to existing tenants?
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. The option to return just within the current economic environment, was not financially viable to accommodate.
Can you clarify what you mean by financially viable? Are you saying you would lose money on those units if you allowed them to continue to pay the same rent?
The term financial viability means whether a project in creating new housing is viable to proceed or is unviable and cannot create new housing. So
Well,
by that, in today's economy, things
Right.
are very difficult to build.
How many apartments will be in the new building?
Several hundred.
700?
No, several hundred, sorry.
Several hundred? And how many tenants are left in the building?
I'd have to call on my colleague Roland for an exact number.
Okay, my understanding is there's 11 that are still in the building. So you're telling me that offering the 11 remaining tenants the right to return at the same rent will make your building with several hundred units financially inviable?
Doesn't seem to be a viable option, correct?
Are you saying it's not viable or it's not something you will accept?
It's not viable for the development project.
Okay. I just want to be really clear that the memorandum of understanding that I put forward was simply to bind the developer to the offer they've already made so they can't get out of it. So it means that if the zoning at this committee, even though I will vote against it, is approved, it means it cannot be approved and it cannot proceed unless they sign that memorandum of understanding, which means the developer must honor the $20,000 offer. But my question is, I only learned of this $20,000 offer, which is equivalent to about 2 years' rent, about a month ago. Could you tell me what you initially offered the tenants when the eviction notices were first issued?
I'm going to let my colleague Roland elaborate in detail, but we have been reaching out for approximately a year, both to the residents to create an amicable solution that those who are relocated or rehomed in a better housing and financial position than where they began. And also, Councillor Truscher, we've met several times and you've been aware of our intentions of these, but I'll allow my colleague Roland, who's been managing the process, to elaborate a little bit more.
Good day, councillors. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
So to answer your question, Councillor Trusser, the first offer that was made to all the tenants was 1 year's rent for the tenants plus assistance with moving, but and also assistance with finding a new place. After feedback from the tenants themselves and also some community stakeholders, we came back to the table to look at the budget, and that's how we came up with the 20K number. And we've actually escalated the number up over the last few months, but the 20K number came just to try to make sure these tenants that live in this community can actually have more compensation to assist with finding a new place, but also to take advantage of the relocation assistance that's available. And to date, only 11 tenants remain. Majority of the tenants have actually accepted an offer or have moved into a new community already.
So I just wanted to clarify something because I have met with you several times through this process and the initial offer was not 1 year. You came to me and said you would offer between, I believe it was between 3 and 6 months, and it was my office that said that 1 year was the absolute bare minimum.
Well, yeah, when we met with you, Councillor, we didn't offer less than a year to the tenants. Our meeting that we had with you was to look at ideas in terms of what initial offer could be. After that conversation, the tenants got a 1 year offer. So nothing went out to any tenants, just an internal conversation about what that could look like.
Now,
Well,
it is
there was
also
no
my
people.
understanding that the 1 year offer that you offered in terms of rent was initially contingent on everyone in the building moving out.
That is
That's
correct. That is correct. That was the original offer. And then after some feedback and consultation, we actually, including with you and your office as well too, we decided that we would actually work towards making this offer more applicable to everyone. And then it was based on each tenant leaving what their needs were.
Well, also, I want to be clear. We pushed you to remove that clause because in our opinion, it was
Yeah,
unacceptable.
we're not denying that. It was a conversation with your office and the stakeholders that actually led to the offer in the memorandum of understanding right now that we work towards.
We
Okay,
originally
well-
reached out to your office, councillor, prior to making an offer to the tenant. Our goal, as we communicated, was collaboration, advice, and feedback on what a fair and amicable solution would be. We talked through a few different offers, and that has changed over time, and our request to collaborate with your office and seek guidance on this was done throughout the process. So these offers have been present for quite some time.
Yeah, you also asked me to mediate between the developer and the tenants, which is not my job and which is something I refuse to do. I just want to be really clear here, for the residents who still live in the building, for the folks who are here at committee, the reason you have a $20,000 offer instead of a $10,000 offer is because you held out and because you insisted on having your hearing. And I also want to be abundantly clear, I don't think that this MOU is sufficient, but I think it's the best we're going to get from these guys. And I wanted to ensure that they were legally bound to honor the offer that they made, should you choose to accept it. That's all for now. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Trosser. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Chair. What percentage of these new units will be affordable? This is to the applicant.
There's currently no allocation for affordable units.
Okay, and what is the average cost of renting these units then?
The average cost will be subject to what the market dynamics are at the time that the property is built, which is several years later. However, for the time being, if we were to look at removing the inclusivity, which factors in all the hidden costs of living, we're looking at studio apartments in the, let's say, 1,600 range, plus the additional add-ons, which would be in line with what market value is. I mean, this is an average, so there are some that are less than that, some that are more than that. There's a high percentage of studio units within this property because they're the smallest units in the let's say the rental multi-family housing category. And by including these type of accommodations, you're lowering the cost of entry into newly built properties. Many properties focus on traditional multifamily models. This is a diversification in the market and actually lowers the cost of entry at scale and helps diversify and provide more units at a lower cost of entry into this space.
Councillor Trosser had asked, one of my questions was whether or not you had provided the right of first refusal on units to the current tenants. Was that ever given a consideration, even if it was at a rate that was slightly higher than what they're paying, but maybe what is below market rate that you're intending on charging?
Yes, it was considered. Part of the dynamic of this process is the development group for this property, which we are hired to represent and manage the project for them, has been exploring the different options on what each resident's requirements, requests, needs are. Each of us in this room have unique needs ourselves. So we understand and recognize that those that remain in the property today have not explicitly expressed that that would be a solution for them for a right to return, 3-4 years from now to the property. And although we have attempted a very kind and collaborative approach to seek the very best possible outcome with our own desires to go above and beyond what we can do, there's been pushback and resistance to the collaboration, which would lead to our desired best expected outcome for everybody.
When you were determining the offer that you were going to give tenants, which we've termed an MOU, but technically it's 2 items. It's you get $500 to help relocate and $20,000 for your additional costs. Did you look at any other MOUs that have been created in terms of other developments? And I give the example of Manor Park, which was one where the owner of the property was planning to develop their property in phases. And I understand that's not an option here, but the MOU there was quite comprehensive and offered a significant amount of support for tenants. Was that, whether it was that one or the enriched spread, I think Councillor Trosser mentioned, was there any other MOUs you looked at in terms of giving you a path forward on how to work with your tenants?
So, Councillor, we looked at that other MOUs that happened in the city with other developers before, including the Birch Homes, but also around other municipalities as well too, to see how we'd actually look at accommodating the tenants. Our package or offer or assistance includes not just a compensation piece, but also assistance with finding a new home. And for the tenants who have actually moved out and found a place, that included meeting with them, figuring out what would work with them based on their max budget, and even taking them to do the viewings and securing a place for them to move into. The goal right here was to make sure that everyone who's affected by this is rehomed properly, conveniently, and something that works for them based on their budget. The 20K offer compensation is designed to be basically a cushion for the tenants to use if they need to, but the hope is to find something that's closer to what they can afford.
Okay, my final question for you is, you mentioned, and I think it was Ryan, forgive me if it was Roland, said it was not financially viable to have the current tenants move back into the, and I'm just paraphrasing, so I apologize if I'm misquoting you. Did you ever think about adding additional units to your application? Another story, adding in some additional units so that you could make it financially viable for yourself?
Councillor, we appreciate the question. Each resident, again, has their own unique needs. I understand that you're focusing on the right to return. We've spent over a year reaching out kindly to figure out what those unique needs are with the intent of accommodating. Where we are today with the application that's been submitted is our very best efforts to understand the needs of the residents of the building. Also, I want to reiterate that the example you used is a completely different scale. There are 11 residents of the property. As Roland had mentioned, those that have been open to collaborating with us and receiving both financial, social, rehoming services, you name the services, we're happy to provide them, have successfully moved out of the property into new homes and are happy with what their arrangement was. Those that remain are not necessarily because that's not possible. It's more of a collaboration which was not desired, and that the offers and assistance were not desired. So the application today is based on our best possible efforts over the course of the last year, which is very extensive.
You know, I'll just, sorry, I'm taking up quite a little bit of time, probably more than I'm allocated here. You know, it seems as if the bare minimum has been done here. I'm not, you know, as much as I'd love to say I'm looking at this from a compassionate perspective, and I very much appreciate all the delegates. You know, I understand you are out to make a dollar. You're entitled to that. You're developing our community. However, there's also good business sense. And, you know, I go back to that Manor Park MOU, which was a prime example of how you create a level of interaction with your existing tenants and you still get a return on your investment. And I'm not seeing that that was done here in any justifiable way. So I don't have any question there. I'll turn it over to the next speaker, but I will have questions, many questions for staff.
I have a question, apologies, if I may.
No, I'm sorry, that wasn't a question. Thank you very much.
Thanks. We're going to move on to Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. I just have a super quick question, and if you'll indulge me for a minute, it may have a follow-up. So for Ryan, Roland, Mashad, and Lisa, do any of you live anywhere near the development? Just yes or no. And I have a follow-up after that.
I don't live, but our office was on Bank Street. Yes, like just down.
Was or is?
Well, we moved a month ago, but we moved like a block and a half south, sort of thing. We moved within the still in Centertown, but we were at Bank and Cooper. When I was working there was for 3 years.
And our office is very close by as well. We spend more time there than we do at our home. So yes,
than you do at home
quite a bit. That's correct.
Yeah, no, I get it. But if I'm understanding correctly, I think what I'm getting at is none of you are sort of personally sort of affected by this in the sense like you're not personally being renovated, it's not your family, et cetera. Is that what I'm understanding correctly?
Correct. I did not live in the building.
Nope, that's all. That was just my questions. Merci beaucoup.
Councillor Brockington. Thank you, Vice Chair. So I just have some basic questions first about the units. But first, can you tell me when your application was formally submitted to the city?
I want to say it's been about 2 years, and I'll just double check the date. I want to say it went in.
December 2022.
February?
December 2022.
December, thank you.
Yeah.
And can you just describe the public outreach that you initiated, not just with the tenants, but the public in general? What forms of outreach have occurred on this file?
So from the planning process perspective, we did have a community meeting that was hosted. It was a virtual one, and I think one of the presenters did talk to that. And then from the tenant reach out perspective, I'll leave that to Ryan or Roland to answer.
From a public outreach standpoint, we in the planning process stuff, we met with tenants in the building, but also stakeholders around the building as well too, just to talk about the project and what the plans were for it, and then also to get feedback. And that's the extent that we did from the tenant services side.
So a community meeting was held, but also you've had direct communications with your tenants as the file has progressed?
Yes.
Okay.
Extensively, yes.
What frequency has that been?
We're meeting frequently with the tenants. I would say on a weekly basis for some on a monthly basis. Every opportunity that we had, we're meeting with the tenants. We also have an open office part they can call anytime to have a meeting. But we've had set up with our different teams as well just to meet with tenants as they had questions.
Okay, thank you for that. And just basic questions, if you would just indulge me. So the current building, how many units currently in the building?
Could you repeat that, Councillor?
How many units are in the current building?
There are 25 units in the current building.
Okay. And the proposed new building, I heard hundreds, but what's the actual number?
263.
263. Okay. And the unit mix of the new building will be what exactly?
It is, I was going to bring it up. It was in the presentation to give you I have it in percentage in my head, but we are looking at 200.
Actually, I can go through that.
Yeah, you can go through that, but it's
Sure.
220 studio units, 1 bedrooms at 24 units, 2 bedroom units are 3, and then the 3 bedroom units are 16. And we can go through the floor plans if you want.
Sorry, how many studio?
220.
220.
So
Okay.
84% of the units are studio.
Okay. And we heard that you haven't finalized the rent structure for the new units. You indicated maybe a studio would go for 1,600, but obviously the larger units would be more expensive. So how have you determined that it's not, you're not able to welcome or absorb the current remaining tenants into the new building? We're going from 25 units to 263, over 10 times larger. How have you made that determination?
I'll let my colleague Roland answer this one in regards to if any of the residents have expressed that the solution that they seek is what you've requested.
Just to answer your question, so the average rent for the property, we haven't finalized them yet. We use what is called a rolling average to determine if the project is viable from a development cost standpoint, but also to get the property through our stabilization. The bachelor's unit would probably start somewhere around 14 to 1600. We're not too sure yet, but we've used an average of that to determine that. Now, part of it is also looking at the final unit type when they come out, and for the current tenants in the building, would that be something that they would actually be interested in renting? As you can see, we have majority of the property is going to be studios, and the rest will be broken up between 1 to 3 bedroom apartments. The goal for this is to rent them at market rent to make this project work. The tenants have the options to actually get a unit or apply for a unit or have first preference to apply for a unit, but these units will be at the market rate that they are at once we set those.
Yeah, I'm again trying to wrap my head around all the options that you consider. The MOU talks about here's a lump sum payment, now off you go. And I think the most important thing that all tenants want above money is place to call home that's safe. And while some may understand that the building will come down, the ultimate goal for all people is to have a safe place to come home. And so what I'm trying to ask now is, why is the option of welcoming these tenants back not the main option? Respect and acknowledge the current rent they're paying. Maybe it's not in perpetuity to the end of life, but it's phased in over a number of years. And to Councillor Dudas's question, it's more about a good business practice, as opposed to, well, we're going to give you a lump sum, and yes, we don't have to do it. We're trying to be nice. But at the end of the day, everybody wins in this case. Okay, you don't maximize rent on 11 units, but you're doing the right thing and you're still going to make money because this is a 263 unit building. So to me, it's like, that is the win-win situation. If the MOU could be adjusted to incorporate 11 tenants to come back once the new building's built, yes, we have to be concerned about where folks are going to live while the construction happens. That's equally important. But to me, that seems like the best option from my perspective, is if this building is going to be built, you massage the MOU to make room for and provide housing for your current tenants at a rate adjusted or very close to what they're paying now over a number of years that of course would be spelled out in the MOU. So I guess my questions right now are just for the applicant, and we'll get to staff in a second, but that's a line of questioning I want to pursue with our staff, is about the MOU itself. So anyway, that's my last statement on this. I think, there are many options to consider. I acknowledge that, on paper, $20,000 is a lot of money, but when you look at what current rents cost, the delta between what people are currently paying and what they would have to pay in another building won't last that long. People said 2 years, it won't last 2 years. So can you just comment on that, whether you seriously considered providing units for your existing tenants and providing at a rate rent similar to what they're paying now, and then that could be maybe extended a number of years? I don't understand why that isn't financially feasible.
Councillor, looking at feasibility for the residents as well. This project may not be move-in ready, for 3 years, potentially slightly more. We were looking at solutions that were aimed to be long-term solutions when relocating from the property today, to find new housing that didn't require them to be in uncertainty, to settle into new homes that met those needs, and they were not uncertain about a construction timeline to return how many years later. So our focus was on finding long-term solutions the first time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brockton. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I won't hold people up because I see Well, maybe I'm not last on the list. I guess Councillor Truster will wrap up. My colleagues have covered off the concerns about offering units back to these tenants, and I would support that. This is something Ottawa Community Housing has done, by the way, in its rebuilds down on Mosaic. So it's been done, and you can talk to them about it. So it's possible, and I would support that. Finding affordable units in the center town is incredibly difficult, and I do.
Sorry, Councillor Cavanagh, this is questions to the applicant right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm offering that they can. This is possible, but in terms of what we're seeing in terms of the profiles of tenants that are coming in. Who do you picture as prospective tenants that can afford 1,600 and up and can live downtown without a car?
Thanks for your question, Councillor. So when we look at these projects and look at the personas, we look at that anybody can live at these properties. They're designed for convenience. It's all-inclusive furnished property. They're designed for those who don't need a car, or is into the urban life and wants to walk, shop, or bike around town, but also can just move with a backpack. Or is there a starter space as well? So if you're a professional coming in town, whether it be for school or for work, is a space that you can live at, and then you can transition out to another space as you get a spouse or want to grow a family or so. That's basically the persona for this property. So it's for transient tenants that wants to actually call the space a home, but also can actually come in at a more affordable option that includes your utilities, but also avoids from buying furniture. And then you can actually from there decide where you want to go in the space.
I doubt if they'll be able to afford the next steps because they've spent all their money, but thank you for that. I would like to touch on the artist units. Given that this is an important part of keeping a downtown viable, is it possible in the new build to consider artist units to be incorporated perhaps in the commercial space so that to keep that artist segment alive downtown?
Thank you for your question. So, Councillor, I want to make sure everybody understands that we actually are committed to ensuring that this property in the community, work towards ensuring that we have a space for artists to actually work on. Part of development, we looked at some of our main spaces that we can use as an art studio. We mentioned that in most of our publications as well. We're committed to that. This is an art district, and part of the plan is not just to have a space for the artists to work at, but also for the public to engage the artist itself. I think as the project moves forward, as we get towards the end of it, we'll start looking at what that collaboration could look like. The artists and the residents at the property as well, too, who live there. We plan on having a reach out to figure out what would that look like from a co-op style art space that we can work on. We haven't taken that off the table.
So will it be as affordable as it is now?
That I can't answer as yet. I think the whole idea is to make this a very affordable option for the artist and to make it part of most time I made the spaces, there's no cost to them. And so we're looking at what would that look like to have a community space that the artists using it don't have to pay for it, and there's other ways to fund it. But we haven't gotten that stage yet to look at what that would look like, but it's part of forward thinking process at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Can I mention when I have a notice of motion that the committee may wish to deal with today. It's super long, so I'm just going to read the last line so that you get what it's about. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to resume work on the rental replacement bylaw joint departmental work plan item as soon as possible, and this is related to renoviction and demoviction. Thank you.
Thanks. So we'll get that notice of motion at the end of today's meeting and off we go. Councillor Trost, more questions of the applicant?
Yeah, one more question for me. You mentioned that some of the previous tenants who took one of your earlier offers and left, that you were able to help relocate them. Were you able to find comparable rents to what they were paying in your building?
Sorry, can you repeat that, Councillor Trosser?
Sure. You mentioned that some of the tenants who did move out a little bit earlier in the process, that you offered relocation assistance in an attempt to rehouse them. Were you able to find housing for them at the same or similar rents to what they were paying in the building on Bank Street?
Yes, we were able to do that.
Can you give me a sense? Like how much for a 1-bedroom?
We wanted two other tenants that we did, the rent difference that they had was about $100 more and that they were paying, but for the space they had other amenities that they didn't have in the building, like access to a gym or access to other common spaces. But so far, the tenants that we have that gave us their budgets, we were able to find them something closer to what they were paying. Others actually had more budget to play with and wanted to actually move to a different part of the city and for something a little bigger, and so they did as well.
Okay, that's pretty opaque. Were you able to find them the same or similar rent in Centertown?
I said yes, Councillor.
Okay, I'd like to see proof of that. Final question. You can hear there is a strong desire on the part of this committee to offer these tenants the right of return. Would you consider adding to the memorandum of understanding the right for these 11 tenants to return to similar units after the reconstruction at either the same rate they're paying now or a negotiated lower rate than market rent?
So, Councillor, so as you're aware, the new development and the new units themselves are probably smaller than, not probably, they're smaller than what tenants currently have. Now, I can take this question back to the development team and the developer of the property itself, it's fine, but I can't give you an answer on that today.
So you don't have a yes or no right now?
I don't have a yes or no on that at the moment.
Because staff have a motion ready to go to add that clause to the memorandum of understanding, if you will agree.
Thank you.
Are you able to consult with them while this meeting proceeds?
We will not be able to consult at that speed. If in our discussions prior, that was mentioned, we would have been able to work through that as we collaborated with you in your office. So we will need to take that question away for consideration with the property ownership group. We do represent them on a management contract and we'll need to consult with them. Will it be considered? Yes, it can be considered. We'll need to speak with the property management group and won't be able to do so today, but could have if we had known prior.
Okay, and I just want to state for the record, I have made this request many times over the last 2 years, but today is my final request. Thank you.
Okay, that's the last questions for the applicant. So members can now pose their questions of staff. I'll watch for the first one, Vice Chair Gower.
I know there's a lot of questions, but I wanted to say off the get-go, the current protection for tenants who may be subject to demolition under the Residential Tenancies Act is 3 months of rent or 120 days notice, which is just appalling. The vulnerability of tenants today, the danger that puts people in, regardless where we end up today, I've had a few conversations with colleagues this morning about how we might as a city advocate for strengthening those protections for tenants in the event of demolition, because what's in the Ontario law now is wholly inadequate. Yes. And I'll probably come on later with more questions. Thanks, Chair.
Short but sweet and targeted. I like it. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Chair. I like to go into things eyes wide open. And so I would like to ask Tim Mark in terms of, you knew, Tim, this was coming from someone. You've heard the situation here. There's several delegations that have legal experience and they've given their thoughts on what our status would be if we were to take this to the tribunal. Can you provide your expertise on what would happen if the city was to vote against this application?
Mr. Chair, the evaluation of let's say there were a refusal of the zoning bylaw application is judged by consistency with the provincial policy statement, regard for matters of provincial interest, conformity with the official plan, and the principles of good planning. there is some leeway in there, but tenant protection would not permit, in my opinion, the city to be successful in refusing the zoning. It would have to be tied into something else.
Would we, don't turn your mic off too fast. I've got another question for you. Would we have to hire external legal based on the fact that our staff have approved this are asking for approval of this?
The former city solicitor always told me to turn off my microphone when I was not speaking, so.
Smart. Just in case, right?
I continue to be influenced by Mr. O'Connor. So definitely, we would have to hire an external planner, at least, in order to defend the position of city council. And if that were to be the position of city council, and this is a case where the city solicitor, Mr. Huxley, might give consideration to retaining external legal counsel.
Okay, thank you very much, Tim. For staff, when the MOU was being discussed, and as I said, it seems like it's 2 items on a sheet of paper, so it's not really a memorandum of understanding, but it's an MOU. Was there given any consideration in terms of other existing MOUs? I asked this question of the applicant, but we've had multiple experiences with other developments as a city where staff worked with local politicians and the tenants and different groups and legal to come up with something that was a little bit more palatable. Was there ever any discussion about that?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question, and to the chair. It's an excellent question, but I think we have to add context that in respect when it comes to MOUs, which typically fall well outside the purview of a zoning bylaw amendment application, they are largely driven by the applicant themselves. You mentioned the example of Manor Park. That was a commitment from the owner and applicant from day one of those applications, which the difference there was it was upfront, talked about, and actually worked its way into our report recommendations because it was driven by the applicant. In this particular case, you did not see report recommendations to that effect because discussions of this MOU were still happening between the councillor's office and the applicant up until the day prior to this committee. So as long as the applicant was in agreement with the terms, staff would not stand in the way of such an arraignment and we would support it. But the context of that discussion is, I just go back to the basic of it, is largely applicant driven.
Okay. So it's interesting, right? We are bound by the Planning Act. It is a legal act and we are required to make decisions based on that. But I struggle. In fact, I don't struggle. I'm voting against this. But I was struggling with this leading up to this vote today because of the fact that when I look at MOUs from other existing developments, and I go back to Manor Park, but there's been multiple, the developer took the lead and really did more than they were required in order to make the development flow through committee with no objections. I don't even remember there was any delegations for Manor Park, and if it was in favor of that particular development. So we as a committee then approve that with unanimous support, and we tap them on the back and send them on their way as a developer, and they go do what they do. In this case, we have a situation where it's the absolute bare minimum. We've heard from the councillor that she was very deeply involved in even trying to get the memorandum of understanding to the point it is today. And yet what these folks want is not money. They want a home. And, while I would say that, $750 might not be reasonable in today's market, but maybe a little bit more might have been. And then we hear from the developer that they're not even allowed to have the right of first refusal. So, and they're still contemplating it as this meeting goes on. I have a hard time rewarding one developer and then turning around and looking at bad behavior on another and rewarding them with the same grant of application. I know that our legal team is saying that we're probably on the ropes in terms of winning this at OLT, But I can't in good conscience vote to support this. I think it sets a bad precedent, and I'd really rather developments do the work to try to include individuals into their new developments so that we don't have to, as a city, absorb more individuals onto our waiting lists, onto our registries, because that also comes at a cost for our city and for our stakeholders and community relations. So I won't be voting to support this today. If I hear that the developer is willing to offer these individuals, these 11 individuals and families back into their new development at a reasonable rate, I'd be willing to change my mind. But at this point, I'm not going to be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I don't think I could have said it any better than Councillor Dudas, and I share her opinion and position. I think many of us around the table today are struggling with this decision, and this is something I struggle with regularly when I see impacts on human lives, but perhaps there's no section of the Planning Act we can reference, so we just throw our hands up and say we're going to lose at the OLT, and we don't say no. So I guess I have some questions for legal staff, or any staff for the first one. Why is it that we would have to retain an outside planner and legal counsel to defend this at the OLT should we decide not to move forward with this application?
Mr. Chair, I'll deal with the second half of the question first. The advice of your professional planning staff is to approve this development. And therefore, if we are to oppose it, other advice would need to be sought, and that would have to be outside the department. With respect to legal staff, it is almost always the case that legal services, the internal legal services, can defend the position adopted by council because legal services is taking instructions from you. I would be concerned that members of council, in light of the answers that I've given at committee today, might prefer somebody else to be representing the city if this matter goes to a hearing.
Thank you. Just to follow up to that, like generally speaking, when council makes a decision on something, staff then support that position. So do planners have some sort of special designation at the city where they can insert their personal professional opinion rather than the opinion of council?
Mr. Chair, the advice that you get from your professional staff, be it planners or others, is their professional opinion. I distinguish this from the role I play at OLT hearings, where I'm advocating on behalf of council. It is different. It is their professional advice. And it is not possible for council to direct a professional as to what his or her opinion is. If it's council is free not to accept that opinion, but if they choose not to, then another individual has to be sought, not on staff, to provide that opinion to the tribunal. This happens, it hasn't happened so much in recent years, but it certainly does happen. I recall 501 Cole Street, where your professional heritage staff recommended against designation. We found an external heritage expert who felt it should be designated, and we were successful. More often than not, though, I will tell you that the tribunal will side with the professional opinions of staff.
Okay. I think I might have more to say and more questions on that at another time, but I guess again for you, Mr. Mark, if the committee and council were to say no to this, what parts of the Planning Act would you point to that could be utilized to defend that decision?
What typically happens in these circumstances, Mr. Chair, and this, I mean, and it has happened, I don't think in this term, but it has happened in prior terms, is that I would sit down with the ward councillor between committee and council to review the options open. And there would be a motion ready for council to adopt, because council does have to provide, in the instance of a refusal, reasons for the refusal. So I would work with the ward councillor to develop, or I think it's almost always the ward councillor who's opposed to development. I would work with the ward councillor to develop a motion to be presented to council.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Trosser?
Thank you, Chair. Because I am seeing a strong objection on this committee and a real chance that this could be rejected, or at least we could have a hung decision with no recommendation to go to council, I'd like to move that we refer this matter to the subsequent council meeting on December 11th, 2024. And I'd like to say to the applicant, come up with a better offer. Consider the right of return for these tenants, and then you might get the votes to see this application pass. I think you're seeing rare unanimity on this committee today. I think folks were substantially moved by the delegations, and the reputational damage that you will face in not making this offer is far greater than it would cost to just do the right thing for these tenants. So I would like to, I don't have an official motion drafted. I have some language. Simply, whereas there are clear and unresolved issues with this application that are still under negotiation between the city and the applicant, be it resolved that this matter be referred to the subsequent council meeting December 11th, 2024.
Just a quick procedural question. The referral would include the other, so there's the substantive motion on heritage, the substantive motion on zoning, and you've made a motion as well with respect to the MOU.
All of it.
So the whole darn package, whatever it takes to affect that, if we can get the language from staff, that would be amazing. Great. Okay, so we are on referral. Is there any questions or comments on referral before we move to a vote on referral? I don't see any. Is the referral carried? Carried. Thank you. All right. So we'll deal with that at council on the 11th. Thank you. All right. So folks, we've got two more substantive items on the agenda. I did want to take 10, 15 minutes just to shake it off. Thank you very much. So we'll recess for 10 minutes, 15. All right, we have a quorum, so we're going to get underway. The next item is the zoning bylaw amendment for 121 Bray Crescent. I understand the delegate Anna Keller is online, so I'm going to ask staff to give us a brief presentation on what the application is, and then we'll move into that public delegation. Angela, you'll be up in about 4 or 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. The item before you is the zoning bylaw amendment for 121 Bray Crescent. Next slide, please. The subject land is located on the south side of Bray Crescent, east of Norway Spruce Street and west of Stittsville Main Street. The surrounding neighborhood is characterized by low-rise dwellings with detached dwellings as the predominant dwelling type. There are some commercial uses immediately north of the site on Bray Crescent and commercial, institutional, and low-rise residential uses on Stittsville, Maine. The subject site is vacant and has an area of approximately 602.87 square meters. Next slide, please. The property is located within the Suburban Transit Policy Area on Schedule A and is designated neighborhood within the evolving neighborhood overlay as per Schedule B5 of the official plan. Next slide, please. The official plan policies in support of a proposed development are identified on the screen. The proposed rezoning will permit intensification in a gentle manner by introducing missing middle housing in proximity to Stittsville Main Street, designated corridor as per the official plan. Next slide, please. The proposal is for a 5-unit low-rise stacked dwelling consisting of a 3 2-bedroom unit and 2 3-bedroom units, all with separate entrances fronting on Bray Crescent. The proposed site plan shows 2 units with at-grade entrances, bicycle parking and waste storage within the building, and 5 parking spaces proposed at the rear, which will be accessed from Norway Spruce Street. A storm system will be added to collect drainage from the adjacent property and convey it to the municipal ditch on Norway Spruce Street. Next slide, please. The zoning bylaw amendment will rezone the site for residential for density subzone D to residential for density subzone Z to permit a low-rise apartment dwelling or stacked dwelling. Additional, a site-specific exception is included to address the following zoning performance standards. Minimum corner side yard setback of 4.5 meters, minimum lot width of 15 meters, no visitor parking required for the apartment dwelling, low-rise or stacked dwelling, 1 parking space required per dwelling unit for apartment dwelling, low-rise or stacked dwelling, and the maximum required rear yard area to be occupied by parking does not apply to apartment dwelling, low-rise or stacked dwelling. Additionally, staff are recommending that a holding symbol be placed to address the stormwater management on site. Next slide, please. Staff is supportive of the rezoning for the following reasons. The proposed rezoning will permit intensification in a gentle manner by introducing missing middle housing in proximity to a corridor. The proposed development conforms with the established building heights in the neighborhood designation and helps achieve the city residential intensification targets. The imposing of a holding symbol on the site will ensure the proposed stormwater management system is implemented as per the site servicing and storm management report and drawings, and the development achieves several objectives of the urban design guidelines for low-rise infill housing, such as emphasizing front doors and windows and providing at-grade living space. Next slide, please. In conclusion, staff recommends the Planning and Housing Committee recommend council approve the zoning amendment to permit a 3-story, 5-unit stacked dwelling and 5 parking spaces associated with the development. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that brief presentation. We'll come back for questions of staff in a moment, but first we'll hear from Anna Keller. And I'm not sure if anyone from the applicant team is here, but Ms. Keller, please feel free. You've got 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee when you're ready.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Great, thank you. And I have a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know if it's been shared. Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. Great. So if you could advance to the next slide, please. All right, I'd like to give a brief presentation today on why the committee should reject the bylaw or the zoning amendment based on the following 3 reasons. With regards to safety, the idea of it's not a 15-minute community, and the concept that it's not affordable housing, which I'll discuss. Next slide, please. This is a picture of Bray Crescent and shows the proposed development site. So you can see on the right, there's that green lawn space, and you can actually see the city development sign there by that pole. So I note this view was not included in the applicant's material, and the pictures they supplies didn't show this view of the street. The development being proposed at 121 Bray Crescent is located on a hill on Bray Crescent. The term Bray actually means hill. And you can see the hill in this picture. Those people standing in front of me when I took this picture are walking up the hill. The view is looking towards Main Street, but you can't see Main Street and the intersection from here because the hill is actually, if you turn off Main Street onto Bray, you have to go up a little hill and then you go down the hill you can see in this picture. So the road is actually creates two blind spots. So either direction you're driving on, you can't see opposing traffic or pedestrians coming up or down the hill. This natural geographic feature has created a fairly unsafe roadway for drivers and pedestrians. And you can see this on the Bray Hill in either direction. The development being proposed for 121 Bray Crescent is wholly inappropriate as the front door entrances will be located on Bray Crescent directly on the hill. This creates a safety issue for both drivers and pedestrians as vehicles inevitably will park on Bray Hill. For example, in order for any delivery trucks, Ubers, visitors, etc., to drop off at this building, they're going to park right on the hill. Any obstruction in vehicle on Bray Hill creates a blind spot for both drivers and pedestrians. You'll note that Bray Crescent is the main road for an entire neighborhood to access Stittsville Main Street. There are literally hundreds of people who use this road every day. The fact this property is sat unused for so long speaks to its inappropriateness for a building. The development will create an unsafe situation for all pedestrians and drivers who use Bray Crescent. The report prepared by the city does not address this issue as the report states parking cannot take place within 9 meters of an intersection. However, this doesn't solve the issue of Bray Hill because it's more than 9 meters from either intersection. Policy 4211 of the official plan states that a public interest should be considered in development applications. And I'd submit that endangering the safety of hundreds of people and creating an unsafe roadway is not in the public interest. The next slide, please. There's discussion the applicant has stated in their planning brief that this proposal is consistent and supports Provincial Policy Statement 2020, and this is not accurate. Provincial Policy Statement focuses on promoting development and that amenities are located within a 15-minute walking distance. I provided a few examples here. This is the closest grocery store. It's clearly a 26-minute walk away on not a fantastic road. Next slide, please. This is the distance to the nearest school. My children attend this school. I can tell you it is not a walk. It's a 26-minute walk. Much of this doesn't have a sidewalk and you have to cross Fernbank Road where there's no sidewalks. Next slide, please. This is the transit issue. This transit is not ideal for this location. Taking OC Transpo from 121 Bray Crescent to downtown takes 1.5 hours as shown by this OC Transpo map. And that's when transit runs when it's supposed to. Frequently, it's more than 2 hours one way to get downtown. This is not a transit-oriented development. And I would submit that this is not a 15-minute neighborhood. Residents cannot easily access daily needs within a short walk, which is contrary to section 2.2.11 of the official plan. These factors all strongly suggest any resident would need a car, similar to most residents of Stittsville. And it's possible that residents may even have 2 cars. Any guests arriving at the building would need a car. The applicant has requested that they be allowed to reduce the number of parking spots from 1.2 to 1 and eliminate any visitor parking, which I would submit is inappropriate. This is wholly inappropriate as it'll cause more people to park on Bray Hill, which then leads to the safety issues discussed earlier. Next slide, please. With regards to affordable housing, this applicant has stated the development will include affordable housing, and Councillor Gower has relied on this statement as part of his recommendation in the report to recommend approval of the rezoning amendment. Councillor Gower stated the builder is also planning to make the units affordable to help address the affordability gap in our community. The key here in this statement is planning. I'd submit the applicant has not participated in any formal affordable housing program that would legally require the applicant to provide affordable housing. I say this as a lawyer that there's absolutely no way that you can force the applicant to provide affordable housing, and it's more likely they're going to charge for market housing or for market rent. There's nothing legally stopping them from charging market rent. The vague promise of affordability does not satisfy the requirements of a zoning bylaw, and the planning committee should not approve the rezoning application based on the mere vague promise made by a for-profit developer. Next slide, please. In conclusion, I submit that the planning committee should oppose the request for rezoning for the reasons I've stated above. In the alternative, if the planning committee should require the developer if the planning committee chooses to approve the application, then they should request that it be amended and that the plan should include the following: that the building be reoriented to Norway Spruce Street, which is the other street it faces, which would be much safer and would allow for safer entry and exit to the building and eliminate the need for people to park on Bray Hill. Secondly, that the building have the required 1.2 parking spots, which would alleviate parking on Bray Hill. And thirdly, that the developer pay for a sidewalk to be installed adjacent to the building to discuss safety issues. In conclusion, anything short of this, I feel would be a dereliction of duty of this committee, and that the safety of hundreds of people who use Bray Crescent should not be should be prioritized over the building of a 5-unit for-profit unit. I would suggest that you should vote in the public interest and reject this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Keller. I'm not sure if anyone, Councillor Gower has questions for you.
Yeah, thank you, Anna, for being here and for your patience. We're well into the afternoon now. I know it's been a long day. I am going to follow up on a few of your points with staff, and we have a question to ask questions to staff. But you clearly want us to reject this application. What, in your view, would be appropriate for this site? What kind of development would you support here?
Yeah, I've suggested there could be things in the alternative that could be included if you chose to approve this. I'm not opposed to housing being on this site. I recognize that housing is required in the city of Ottawa. I think this lot is wholly inappropriate for what they're decided to build. If I had to be honest, I'd say they probably got it for cheap. There are lots within 100 meters on Stittsville Main Street that are way more appropriate for an apartment building, yet they didn't buy those lots and aren't building it there. I think stacked housing, a triplex, for example, would be a perfect example of something that could be built on this lot and would only be 2 units less than what they're proposing. So I'm not opposed to something being built. I think what they're proposing is inappropriate.
If we were able to restrict parking on the corner here, which is possible once there's a new building, new driveways, new entrances, would that be enough of a mitigation for your concerns, or would more still need to be done?
My challenge with this is that who's going to enforce it, right? Like I live on Bray Crescent, I live down the road, I've never seen a bylaw officer on the road. This is rural Stittsville for all intents and purposes. Bylaw is not going to come and enforce it on a regular basis. As you saw in the picture I provided, it's unsafe now, and this is only going to make the situation worse. So you can put up a no parking sign, but I'm not sure it's really going to be effective.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Angela, I don't see any further questions for you. Thank you very much for your intervention today. Sorry, Anna, I don't see any further questions. Does anyone have any questions for staff? Okay, Vice Chair Gower?
Well, yeah, I wanted to raise a couple of concerns. I think most of the feedback we've had from residents on this has been around road safety and traffic safety. The intersection at Bray and Stittsville, Maine is a problem intersection. We've been pursuing funding and solutions for that so far unsuccessfully, and there is a lot of parking happening on either side of the street. But the question about sidewalks, why haven't staff required or why aren't there sidewalks required along Bray Street as part of this development?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is something we explored and we discussed. Looking at the scale of the development and the actual width of the lot, it is very small. So, it's finding that balance between what is really truly needed at this time and what can be provided in the future. With only 5 units, we didn't have any concerns that for pedestrian safety. So we did not make it a requirement for this development.
Okay, and this development also, I understand, didn't require a transportation impact assessment. Can you just explain why not?
That's correct. As we heard earlier today, a TIA, in order to require a TIA, development must meet certain triggers. And due to the scale of this, with only having 5 units and no proximity to the intersection is not close enough to trigger that proximity trigger, and then there's no safety concerns, there's no need for a TIA.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the question of affordable units, I think the delegation is correct that there's no guarantee there will be affordable units there, but what's the current understanding of what the applicant intends to do in this development?
To my understanding, I believe the applicant had offered to perhaps provide what they would call affordable, but I'm not sure for to the extent of what that it means for them.
Yeah.
And I would just add to that, Mr. Chair, as the delegate did say, and as you stated, it's not something we can impose. Of course, we would, accept that. That would be, support our official plan policies even further than the proposed development already does. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought. If I think of it, I'll come back. Sorry about that.
My understanding from the most recent conversation is they are applying for CMHC financing, and one of the requirements to get that fundraising is to provide a rent that is below market rent, to a certain level below market rent, but that's still not confirmed that they will receive that.
Okay, yes, thank you for that. And sorry, and what I did want to add was, this development wasn't evaluated based on them providing affordable housing. Like I said, it's welcome. It was reviewed on the whole of its merit and how it, relates to the official plan policies and our growth management policies. So, that wasn't a key driver for us recommending approval today. But of course, we welcome that.
Okay. I guess, and on that, I mean, I don't disagree with the feedback we've had from residents. The cumulative impact of all the development in Stittsville, like in Orleans, like many, many other parts of the city, is putting a real strain on infrastructure, especially our roads. And I certainly don't disagree that we need stronger transit in Stittsville. But I do support staff's recommendation in terms of a 5-unit apartment and the recommendations from staff. I think it's reasonable given the small scale of this development, and I'll be supporting staff's recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I don't see any other questions for staff. Does this carry? Carried. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just counting. 7. Okay. No one else can leave. We will move on to our last substantive item of the day, which is the Pine Crest and Queensview Stations Secondary Plan. We're going to receive a presentation from staff. There is a public delegation from Alex Cullen. Then there are 3 stakeholder, and sorry, I see we do have another member on camera. There are 3 stakeholders from the developers who I think have chosen to only intervene if motions come on the table. So we'll hear from Alex. We'll hear any motions if anyone has any, and then get into questions of staff. So with that, I will go into, I guess, Peter's hands. Peter, yours. Oh, Royce, I'm sorry, Royce.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. So join me today is Peter Giles and Jocelyn Cadio, planners with the community planning team, the same crew that brought you the Lincoln Field secondary plan, the previous committee meeting. And today we're going to be bringing forward a secondary plan for the next 2 westerly stations on Future Line 3, Queensview and Pine Crest stations. This secondary plan not only provides those housing opportunities close to transit that we seek, but will also improve connections to the broader community and thereby improving access to transit for future and existing residents. So I won't steal any more thunder from community planning staff. I'll turn it over to Peter, who will guide you through some highlights of the secondary plan.
Okay, thank you, Royce, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm very pleased to be here to present an overview of the Pine Crest and Queensview Station secondary plan. Next slide, please. Over the next 15 minutes or so, I will cover a plan overview, guiding principles, key policy directions, the transformation of Queensview Drive, opportunities for affordable housing, and the zoning bylaw amendment. Next slide, please. The plan area is centered around two new stations on the Line 3 of the O Train West extension. That's Queensview Station and Pine Crest Station, which are located between Lincoln Field Station and Bayshore Station. The plan area generally covers lands that are within walking distance of both Pine Crest and Queensview stations. For further context, the center of the plan area is roughly 2 kilometers south of the Ottawa River and approximately 10 kilometers southwest of the Parliament buildings. The overall purpose of the secondary plan is to guide intensification, connectivity, and public realm improvements in proximity to these new O-train stations. The plan provides additional policy direction over and above Volume 1 of the official plan, which will improve the predictability of development outcomes and reduce the need for future official plan amendments. Next slide, please. The plan contains 8 guiding principles. They include safer mobility, improved connectivity, complete streets, density and height near transit, building height transitions, new and expanded parks, design for a safer public realm, and complete communities. Next slide, please. For the key policy directions, we'll start with Schedule A because it shows the land use designations that I will refer to throughout the presentation. We can see the hub designation in purple in the central part of the plan. The corridors in red, that's primarily Pine Crest Road and Iris Street and a little bit of Greenbank. The neighborhoods in yellow, the mixed industrial in blue on the north side of Morrison Drive, and green space in green. Parks are the hatched properties and they're found in multiple designations. Next slide, please. Moving on to maximum building heights. First, the key policy directions are summarized overall in Schedule C, maximum building heights, connectivity, and parks. So we'll look at each of these themes separately in the next 3 slides. Next slide, please. Now, starting with maximum building heights, the secondary plan makes refinements to maximum building heights that are identified in Volume 1 of the official plan. Changes to maximum building heights are focused primarily in the hub designation in the central part of the plan area, as well as the corridor designations on Pine Crest Road and Iris Street, and 2 large properties in the neighborhood designation owned by Ottawa Community Housing. In this image, we can see the tallest building height permissions in brown, that's high-rise up to 40 stories, followed by red, which is up to 30 stories, generally located closest to the O-train stations on large properties that are furthest from low-rise neighborhoods. Maximum building heights in the hub step down away from those stations on smaller properties and towards the edge of the hub, especially where they abut low-rise neighborhoods. Maximum heights in the corridor designation on Pinecrest Road and Iris Street are generally consistent with the minor corridor designation in Volume 1 of the official plan. And that allows for building heights up to 6 stories. This plan does limit heights to 4 stories on the shallowest corridor properties and imposes conditional heights, 4 to 6 stories, on properties approximately 30 to 35 meters deep, which allows for up to 4 stories as of right, and then sets out requirements like minimum lot area and step backs in order to achieve the full 6 stories. Maximum heights in the neighborhood designation are mostly unchanged and left to the new zoning bylaw. 2 main exceptions are the Ottawa Community Housing sites of Foster Farm, just west of Pinecrest Station, and Pinecrest Terrace on Iris Street, across from Pinecrest Park, within walking distance of Iris Station. Although these properties remain in the neighborhood designation, they receive additional building height permissions that allow for high-rise buildings that step down to mid-rise and low-rise closest to existing low-rise neighborhoods. Next slide, please. This plan proposes several connectivity improvements to facilitate access to Pine Crest and Queensview stations, as well as to parks and neighborhood amenities. New and extended streets and pathways are particularly important in this plan area because of major connectivity barriers. We have the Highway 417, of course, running east-west. We have arterial roads, Greenbank and Pinecrest running north-south. And there are also 2 dead-end streets, Queensview Drive and Baxter Road, that terminate in cul-de-sacs near Queensview Station on either side of the highway. The plan proposes several new road connections upon future development, seen in this image in dashed gray and white lines. Highlights include the new U-shaped public local street on the south side of Queensview Drive and the future extension of Baxter Road through 1050 Baxter Road, with either a road or active transportation connection connecting to Elmira Drive. This plan benefits from a number of connectivity improvements that are part of the scope of work for the Stage 2 West extension, which are identified in dashed purple lines in this image. These will bring new multi-use pathways from Du Maurier and Pine Crest to Pine Crest Station, and from Queensview Drive, Severn Avenue, and Connaught Avenue to Queensview Station. There are also active transportation improvements to Baxter Road, and of course, the pedestrian bridge over Highway 417 from Baxter Road to Queensview Station. Other connectivity improvements in the plan area include pedestrian and cycling projects identified in Phase 1 of the Transportation Master Plan. Those are identified in solid pink and orange lines in the image, respectively. These include future active transportation facilities on the reconstructed Pine Crest Bridge in a few years, and cycling projects on Iris Street and Queensview Drive. More details about the timing of these projects will be revealed in the next phase of the TMP. The plan also requires several new active transportation connections upon development that we see in this image in dashed teal lines. These are intended to provide shortcuts for people walking and cycling to and from the new O train stations and/or parks. Finally, the plan proposes an east-west active transportation crossing of Pine Crest Road between St. Stephen Street and Harwood Avenue in order to address an active transportation barrier and safety concern. This crossing is currently unfunded and will require future analysis and may be combined with other capital projects and such as a future road resurfacing or the reconstruction of Pinecrest Road. Next slide, please. The neighborhoods in the plan area have many parks and large green spaces. However, with the exception of Du Maurier Park, the lands closest to the new O train stations in the hub designation are currently lacking parks to support intensification. As part of the transformation of the hub, this plan proposes new parks on both sides of the highway that will be secured as part of development applications. A central park is proposed on the south side of Queensview Drive, primarily on city land, as well as up to 3 new parks on Baxter Road. Another future park is identified on the future extension of Baxter Road further east, as well as an extension to Parkway Park. Next slide, please. Perhaps the highlight of this secondary plan is the policy direction to guide the transformation of Queensview Drive from a light industrial district to a high-density mixed-use hub. There are 5 key moves to guide this transformation. First, we have the reclassification of Queensview Drive from a local to a collector road to allow it to be a candidate for a complete street design. Next, we have the new central park that I just mentioned on the south side of Queensview Drive, and that's primarily on the city-owned 2670 Queensview Drive. And that will also allow for disposal of some of that property for housing. Another key move here for the reconstruction, for the transformation, of Queensview Drive is the future recreation complex at 2550 Queensview Drive. That's the existing OC Transpo bus maintenance facility. Next, there are important connectivity improvements, not only to surrounding neighborhoods, but also through properties as they're redeveloped near Queensview Station. In the top image, you see that as those green arrows, east-west and north-south. And in the bottom image, you see that in the east-west pedestrian plaza. And finally, the other key move here is the transit-oriented development permissions, including high-rise permissions that step down closest to the station and closest to the highway, and then step down going to the north. Next slide, please. Another important outcome of the secondary plan is the expansion of opportunities for affordable housing and policy direction to guide the eventual redevelopment of two important Ottawa community housing sites. That's Foster Farm, you see in the top image, and Pine Crest Terrace in the bottom image. In both cases, this plan provides additional height and density permissions, including for high-rise buildings in close proximity to Pine Crest and Iris stations. The height strategy for both sites provides building height transitions that step down from high-rise to mid-rise to low-rise closest to existing low-rise neighborhoods. Next slide, please. This plan includes a city-initiated zoning bylaw amendment for most properties in the hub designation. And that's to change the light industrial zoning to high-density residential and mixed-use zoning. It's an MC zone, to expedite development applications closest to Pine Crest and Queensview stations. It also ensures adequate density permissions to satisfy the city's commitments under the Housing Accelerator Fund. The zoning also requires at least one non-residential land use at grade per new building fronting Queensview Drive. And it also calls for transparent glazing and active frontages fronting the public realm. That's not only on Queensview Drive, but also fronting the pathways that lead to the station for improved safety. And finally, the new zoning bylaw will zone the remaining parcels within the plan area. In summary, next slide, please. In summary, the Pine Crest and Queensview Station secondary plan supports intensification, connectivity, parks, and an enhanced public realm around two new O-train stations. It provides a vision and guidance for the transformation of light industrial and auto-oriented areas to a high-density mixed-use hub that will support the use of sustainable modes of transportation. The plan attracts development near transit by improving the predictability of development outcomes and expediting the development application process in the plan area. It plans for new parkland, active transportation facilities, and a recreation complex to support livability along with intensification. Finally, the plan creates new opportunities for affordable housing near O-train stations. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Before we move to our first public delegation, I just wanted to provide an opportunity to put any motions on the table. I don't think any, nope. Okay, so let's move straight into public delegations, the first of whom is Alex Cullen, Belltown Neighbors Association. Just taking a moment here. Good afternoon, Alex. We see you in the room. There you are.
Suddenly lost connection. Panic in my end, anyway, when that happened. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee, for letting me speak to this matter. I'm here representing the Belltown Neighbors Association. That's the community I live in, and our particular interest in supporting this plan, in particular that feature that talks about a multi-use recreational center at the end of Queensview Drive. And the reason why we are interested in this, we were informed of this possibility in the public meeting that Councillor Kavanagh held on the future of Belltown Dome. As you know, Belltown Dome is a City of Ottawa ice rink that is in our community. It's the only artificial ice arena that Bay Ward has, and because of its age, it's being decommissioned. It's being turned into, for the short term, a natural ice surface, which means that 3 hockey leagues are going to be losing their facility for practice. That includes the Canada Girls Hockey Association, the Nepean Minor League Hockey Association, and West End Minor Hockey as well. 2 Ottawa community housing communities are going to lose their site for Learn to Skate, that's Britannia Woods and Michel Heights, and as well the community for public skating and other activities. So we're very interested in the fact that this secondary plan is proposing a multi-use recreational facility. As you know, your policy calls for an ice pad for every 20,000 residents. There's over 50,000 in Bay Ward, so it would be a 2 ice pad facility, or could be a 2 ice pad facility, and that matches the city policy of having 2 ice pads for every arena. One of the unfortunate things that we have to live with is that this is not likely to occur for 10 years or more. Yes, the OC Transpo garage is there. It's been deemed eventually to be redundant. I heard that about 15 years ago when I was on OC Transpo Commission, but that's the expectation. That's not the concern. The concern is that as the process of development, the development charge money comes in, and then you're able to make that investment. But 10 years. So I might want to remind the committee that you have a recreation and cultural facilities asset management plan, a 10-year plan that talks about how to maintain your facilities. One would think that as Belltown closed, there would be an immediate move to replace that facility because all your 36 arenas are under stress from all the multitude of users, whether it's figure skating, hockey league, you name it. But your asset management plan, your 10-year asset management plan, does identify that you've got an average age for rinks or arenas, I should say, of 45 years. Belltown Dome was only 44, and that some 34 arenas are in poor or very poor condition, according to your own asset management plan. So our facility failed. And the site is inadequate to replace on-site. We get that. But there's nothing in this budget, nothing in the plan so far to deal with the fact that you're short about $87 million a year simply to deal with renovation, upgrade, and growth that you've identified in your asset management plan. Cumulative, that's over $875 million you're short to maintain what you have, upgrade where necessary, and deal with growth. So here in Bay Ward, we may have to wait 10 years, but I have a feeling we're not going to be the only ones waiting unless this council decides to put money in, as it should, to maintain the infrastructure that we have. So that's my message to you today. And I look forward to council grasping this issue. It's not in this budget. Will it be in the next budget? It has to be addressed sometime, or else the story of Belltown Dome will occur in your community as well as ours.
Thank you very much, Alex. Bit of leash on that one. Thank you for the reiteration of the points you've been making throughout the budget season. It is important, obviously. Do members have questions for Mr. Cullen? I don't see any. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alex. Have a great afternoon. So at this point, there are no motions on the table. So I'm assuming that the development community doesn't need to speak. So I'll give an opportunity now. Sorry, Christine, I don't have the confirmation from yourself. Did you specifically want to make a presentation to committee?
Mr. Chair, I have no need for a presentation. I just want to put out a very big thanks to the staff working on this particular secondary plan. A lot of effort went into it, a lot of consultation, a lot of really collaboration between the stakeholders and the community and city staff. So just a thanks for that effort. It's always really nice to see when these secondary plans have so much effort that go into them. So thank you to everyone that was involved in that.
Okay, thank you. So do members have questions of staff? Councillor Kavanaugh?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the team, particularly Peter, for all the work that has gone into this, and Jocelyn, and for waiting all day to get this on the agenda. The fact that we don't have a lot of delegations. We have been consulting for a while, and I say we've reached out to the communities and have shown up at meetings. Even just recently, we had an open house and we had the drawings out. This was not a formal meeting. We just continued to have dialogues to show people what is happening in this. It's got a strong emphasis on transit-oriented development and active transportation. And I think that's just what we're looking for. It's an ideal location. The questions that were raised about the recreation facility, it has been earmarked in the budget as potential. Can you elaborate any further on some of the points that have been raised? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor. I can confirm that the recreation complex was added to the DC bylaw in 2024, which means the city is already collecting funds for this facility. I can't say much else about the timing because really that's in OC Transpo's hands. We've committed to not pushing them out. We're going to wait till they declare the site surplus, at which point this plan sets up the permissions and the intended land use to use this site as the future home of the recreation complex.
Thank you. And we also don't have our recreation people here either. This is an overall plan, and appreciate very much that this area has been designated for a recreation facility, considering, as you've illustrated, the immense growth of population. I don't know if we have an estimate of what could potentially be the addition of how many people would be living in this area over and above now.
Councillor, I do have some high-level population estimates. I can go through those here if you'd like. First, there was a scenario where we looked at a full build out. That means if every single property in the hub and corridor were turned over and built to maximum potential in the plan, and if the neighborhoods continued to intensify at their current rates, then that very long-term hypothetical scenario would result in almost 50,000 additional people. Of course, that's next to impossible. So we looked at other scenarios where, if half the units, if half the 50% growth scenario, if half of those properties were to turn over, then over time, many decades in the future, there could be close to 28,000 new people. That's 17,500 units. And then another scenario looking at 25%, which, frankly, is still quite optimistic, even over the long term. Then we're looking at something like 10,700 units with an additional population of 17,000.
Thank you. I think it's just important to give an idea of the scale of what we're talking about here. Just Foster Farm, if I can say so, as chair of Ottawa Community Housing, I'm well aware it's a priority and it's coming down the road. And it will take a site that is currently a few thousand people, and it could be tenfold potentially. And as you illustrated with high rises closer to the station and then transitioning out. I think that it shows really good planning. And I know that the community, there's a few issues in terms of height and transition on some of the corridor. But overall, I think it's been very successful. And I know that there's already potential projects that are in. We just saw De Maurier being approved today. It's just on the edge, but I expect we'll see a lot more coming down the road. And I have to say again, thank you for all the intense work on this project. You just don't see it when when there's not much to say at the committee because the work has been done and the consultation has taken place. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Chair. So this is a secondary plan that was initiated prior to my election. I attended one of the consultative sessions as a resident. I was very impressed with the pace of the presentation, the content, you know, the language. But yet also when I went and knocked doors when I was elected and I was asking residents in the secondary plan study limits if they had heard of the plan, they had not. And so since my election, I've been very much trying to introduce the idea that growth is coming and what opportunities can be afforded from that growth to this area. Certainly the IKEA parcel is of particular interest to residents. Do we have a status on the sale of that? I know it's been something that's been on the books for, well, probably 18 months or so. Do we have a sense of whether that's been moving forward?
Through Mr. Chair, Councillor, unfortunately, we do not. I'm aware that that's been considered, especially for the northeast corner of the IKEA property. We call it the IKEA Triangle. That's the one that's closest to fronting Baxter Road and closest to the bridge over to Queensview Station. We expect that that would be the first to move, but I'm not aware of any sale at this point.
Fair enough. And then with respect to the transportation plans on this site, I know that Iris has sort of been designated as the cycling route east-west. I wonder if, how does that compare to future plans on Baseline? Is the intention that residents from the west side of this study limit will be expected to travel up through onto Iris, or will they be able to expect facilities along Baseline at some point?
Councillor, there are future facilities planned for Baseline. The road cross section that includes the bus rapid transit does include cycle tracks. Otherwise, yes, I think the idea would be that cyclists would travel north on the local streets, cross Iris onto Baxter, and there are some active transportation upgrades to Baxter as part of stage 2. I think those are the painted on-road cycling lanes with flex stakes that will take cyclists up to the south side of the bridge that goes to the station.
And similarly, can you describe to me what the patterns will be for those that are on the south side of the Queensway being able to access that pedestrian bridge? Like for those communities that are on the east side of the study limits, will they be able to get through to the pedestrian bridge to access the LRT easily under this plan?
Yeah, good question. Actually, maybe we can pull up the connectivity image, Kelly, in the presentation. I'll tell you which slide here. So that's slide 8. So maybe I'll start in terms of Baxter Road itself. So there are upgraded sidewalks going in there. So as part of stage 2, the sidewalk on the west and north side of Baxter are being extended. So essentially where it ends right now at IKEA, the IKEA driveway, that will carry on the west side going around to the station. On the east side, the sidewalk currently ends at the Sun Citizen site. It's 1101 Baxter. When that property is eventually redeveloped, there will be a sidewalk that will be required, and there's a policy to that effect in the plan. So there'll be a sidewalk that will continue all the way up to just across the street from the station, the bridge to the station. And then, so now we have this up. I just wanted to comment on some of those connectivity improvements. You were asking about the east residents in the east part, so say near Parkway Park. With the proposed extension of Baxter Road through 1050 Baxter, that's the Fun Haven building, That will bring Baxter Road around and eventually connect to Elmira either as a road connection or with an active transportation connection. That will provide the pedestrian shortcut for many residents in this area to access Queensview Station. There is one other one. You can see there's a dashed teal line from the 90-degree bend in that road extension on 1050 Baxter that goes straight east along the highway, crosses the rear of the school site and the extended care site, and connects with Parkway Park. So that's a long-term solution, something we'll get gradually over time as properties are redeveloped. But that will provide another important connection for those residents near Parkway Park to access Queensview Station.
That's great, because certainly on the south side of the Queensway, we're going to have residents who want to be able to use the LRT, and the 417 is a barrier that we're struggling with frequently to access those sites. I'm really interested to see how a pedestrian crossing over the 417 will work for residents, both for employment opportunities, for recreational opportunities, and just general social mobility. I just want to say for residents on the south side, the Pine Crest Recreation Center, although outside the boundaries of this study limit, has been included, in the development charge bylaw for 2024. And we are looking at benefit to existing versus benefit for growth for these types of projects, because without a doubt, even though it's a renovation, whatever expansion is planned for that recreation site will be accommodating a serious amount of new neighbors. And so there is a benefit to growth as well. I think that we can see both with this site as well as 100 Constellation that College Ward is poised to be an absolutely transformational center for the city of Ottawa, and residents will be able to eventually, hopefully, walk to a great coffee shop, walk to a great restaurant, have more daycare options. We're looking for that kind of investment. And I would like to say that, I have had preliminary conversations with those landowners in that IKEA area. I'm very encouraged by their willingness to work with the existing community to make this growth work for everyone. But I am very excited to be sitting in my chair to welcome this kind of growth. And I really appreciate the secondary plan considering the active transportation links that are essential when we have such car-oriented neighborhoods. Doing infill in here to make sure that everyone can move around car-free will be a really important part of the future for this area. So thank you very much for those considerations.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. I don't see any further questions. So, gentlemen, thank you for your work on this. Great achievement. Is this item carried?
Great.
Thank you.
Now on to the next. Yeah. Thank you.
So yeah, we've got two sort of items still left. Councillor Kitts, you had asked that the treasurer's report on, I can't remember what it was, growth related revenues be held. I see that Mr. Baker is here. I would ask Mr. Baker to come take questions from Councillor Kitts. And anyone else who wants to pose questions. It is always a productive discussion with Mr. Gary Baker. Councillor Kitts, I think we can dispense with any kind of presentation if you just want to move ahead with your questions.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a couple quick questions. I did note a surplus of 20 million in the roads and related services. Just wondering what would contribute to that money not being spent.
Through the chair, I mean, I guess every year that when staff look at the budget and make set the priorities, they would look at, I guess, assume what's in the reserve fund and make a calculation as to what could be funded. But I think maybe over time, some of the funds have been accumulating on the road side of things. And maybe it's reached a point. I think this year they were discussing expanding the amount of funding that's being allocated to growth related road projects for that reason.
Okay. And of the 45 million that was spent on arterial and major collector road projects, 22 million of the 45 million was spent on arterial and major collector projects. That would include active transportation facilities in some cases due to our complete streets policy, correct?
That's correct. I mean, depending on the type of road that arterial road that's being developed, I know if it's going from, say, a rural cross section to urban, there's much more in the way of active transportation being provided, because then there's removal of various like ditches. You can put in sidewalks, expand the road surface, so on and so forth. So there's opportunities, especially I think when you're moving from a rural to an urban setting on the arterial road side of things.
And is there any way to delineate those figures, like what active transportation spend is captured in that arterial and major collector road spend?
Not as far as I know. I've asked that question. I think it's probably based on like specific road projects, right? And you'd have to delve into each one of those, I think, because probably each one of them is unique. But as far as I know, there's no set criteria or set amount, and probably each situation is slightly different. So it's hard to come up with an accurate analysis or costing of those services at this time.
Okay, would you have like a ballpark figure?
I don't. I've asked for a ballpark figure, but I think it's hard to come up with a ballpark figure. But maybe when they're going forward now, there could be more detailed analysis done as to what those particular items cost. Because I know when they do the analysis of establishing what project costs are, they have a detailed listing as to what components will cost to add up to the estimate of what the road will cost overall. So that's something maybe they can look at when they're doing that analysis.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have any questions while we have Gary here? Nope, it's getting late in the day. Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming back at a later hour. So is that report received?
Received.
Thank you. Okay, so we have no in-camera items. We've already dealt with the IPDs. We've already dealt with the status update on committee inquiries and motions. Agenda item 9 is notices of motion for consideration at a subsequent meeting. I think everyone is aware of a motion that Councillor Kavanaugh is bringing with respect to renovictions and restarting the work on rental replacement. With the committee's permission, it's the city staff are supportive, and you can certainly check that with them. With the committee's permission, I'd like to have this put as a motion for voting on today. Yep. Staff are supportive of the motion. Okay, so I will take it as submitted today for a vote. So if anyone has questions of the mover or staff, please go ahead.
Really quickly, what does this mean resource-wise, timeline-wise? You're supportive, but can you do it?
We will have to, because given the importance of this topic, we'll just resume. We were set up to work, we were to work on it, and with different changes, we set that aside, but we'll resume.
Is this going to push something else that we also consider a priority to the side in terms of your work?
This is going to be a joint effort with a whole bunch of other departments as well, but building code services, I spoke to the chief and he's willing to start this up. We'll work with legal, we'll work with bylaws folks as well, and community services department as well.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, we're going ass backwards here, but I'm wondering if Councillor Kavanaugh can actually read the motion in. I don't think we need the entire thing, but an introduction plus the therefore be it resolved.
Can I just read like maybe the first couple of whereases?
Go for it.
Okay. We'll get an editor on this next time. Sorry about that. Whereas on March 27th, 2024, the Planning and Housing Committee received a report entitled Loss of Affordable Rental Housing, which included a document written and researched by Steve Pomeroy, specifically highlighting that the city of Ottawa is currently losing 31 affordable units for every one built. And whereas that report recommended the implementation of a rent replacement bylaw to protect and or replace existing older stock, which is vulnerable as the city seeks to manage growth through intensification and redevelopment, especially along LRT corridors. I'll just read one more. Whereas according to the Pomeroy report, between 2011 to 2021, Ottawa lost a total of 30,215 private rental units with rent below 1,000, a number greater than the entire community housing stock in Ottawa, and we saw a little example of that. Whereas the negative trend continues with the bank block tenants being the most recent example. Okay, so most of this is quite repetitive of the previous discussions, so I'll cut to the chase. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to resume work on the rental replacement bylaw joint departmental work plan item as soon as possible. Thank you.
Excellent. One more opportunity to ask questions of staff or of the mover. Going once, going twice. Is that item carried? Thank you. All right.
Dissent.
Pardon? Oh.
I'm going
Are
to
there
dissent
any-
on that, Chair. Sorry. I'm,
You're dissenting?
Yep.
Okay,
Sorry,
thanks.
My
We'll-
voice is coming up weird.
No worries. We'll register your dissent, Councillor Lowe. Are there any inquiries? Any other notices of motion? Sorry, I'm going completely ass backwards now. Any other business? None. We're adjourned. Our next meeting will be on January 15th. Amazing. Thanks for a good 2024, folks. That was a lot of work.